Hello everyone, and very welcome to the fourth RAES meeting held here in Seoul. So my name is Jan Lötvall. I'm professor in Sweden, and I've been working and consulting for ExoGMP over the last 5 years approximately. And I'm co-sharing this with beautiful Elena Theodorakopoulos. Almost got that right, I think. Before we start, I think we should clarify that on the back of your badges, there's a little QR code on the top left corner where you please can ask your question.
So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to RAES 2025. It's truly an honor for me to be a co-chair among innovators, scientists, and visionary clinicians here. So today, it's not just about exchanging data and learning about new techniques, it's about shaping the future of regenerative aesthetics. Exosomes, they have paved a new chapter for us in order to understand repair, regeneration, and of course, the true biology of our human skin. So today is all about connections, connections between science and art, between real-time impact and research, between all of us, that we are inspired to advance this field with purpose and passion. Thank you for being part of this movement, and let's make this a summit today a celebration of innovation, inspiration, and collaboration. And without any further delay, I would like to introduce you Mr. Ethan Min, the driving force, one of the driving forces of RAES, and his passion to connect each other, people, ideas, and innovation is what makes this summit so unique. Let's welcome warmly Mr. Ethan Min, the CEO of Regenerative Aesthetics, a US-based company that has a big portfolio of regenerative products and devices, like ERC, exosomes for face and skin, ExoBalm, Sulfur Max, MiraQ Threads, and of course, Letivo. Let's welcome Mr. Ethan Min.
First of all, I'd like to start it off sharing my appreciations and deep gratitude for ExoGMP team who put this event together. Let's give them a big round of applause. Since 2018, Benev have joined together the force of the team of ExoGMP in spreading this good gospel of exosomes. We've been to countless congresses, attending and initiating leading global summits, and door-to-door visits to a lot of providers just to share the concept that were really not existed. And I talked about the movement called tipping points. Now, I think we passed the moment of tipping point. we have now built a global communities of the believers who understand now the power of what this little vesicle can do for our global aesthetic community. Today, we have more than 4,000 strong account clinics in US alone. That's 22,000 global communities all around the world, doing over past 1.3 billion cases utilizing these products. And I'd like to introduce someone very, very important. At the core of this movement, passing a tipping point of the concept that weren't really existed to the movement, now built a global community. The man who started all, Mr. Byung Cho. Please come forward. Thank you, Byung.
Thank you so much for your great introduction, Ethan. And we are always appreciate significant contribution of Ethan and his team in the United States. Hello, everyone. Are you okay tonight? Today and tonight, okay? Thank you so much for your coming. I have just now 4 minutes to give you some updates from ExoBio and BNAP. And this is the title. We like to be called Exosome Industry Creator. We are very happy to collaborate all of you guys in here, but someone not here, but it's okay because we can send our message with our exosomes. And why is ExoBio and BNAP here? And why you are here? Because we want to help some people. How can we fix these problems with our exosomes and with our technology? Sorry. So this is one of the most significant messages from ExoBio, 10 questions to ask any exosome innovators. Let me highlight 3: the investment, publications, and millions of clinical cases. Now, we are very proud to share more than 51 scientific publications. Among them, about 20 publications came from all of you. We are very happy to develop these protocols and to help patients in your clinic every day. And this slide came from IMCAS 2025 in Paris, early January. And this is key megatrend. They mentioned there are 5 requirements from therapeutic, regenerative, non-surgical, preventive, organic. But I propose here 2 more things. We should be anti-inflammatory or immunomodulatory, and we should be non-injection in the near future. That's our product to help many patients every day. And you can see that this is from Google Trend. You know what happened in 2019? We launched our exosome product. And I was the first speaker at IMCAS Paris at AMT Monaco. And here is another slide from IMCAS Paris last January. You can see that they found ExoBio is the only exosome company who has done clinical studies and publication. Now we have more than 150 patients in our clinical publication. Here, this is our exosome production process. This is current status of ExoBio. We are the most purified form of exosomes. Our team have been contributing a lot of this to this kind of upgrade. Here, scientifically, with the big help with Dr. Jan Lattebar and other exosome scientists, we propose a new standard on lipidomic analysis. We found many lipids or lipid-generating enzymes are contained in our exosome, and they can do something differently. For example, you can see that our exosomes can deliver SPHK1, which is a very important enzyme, to increase the cellular level of S1P, which is another important cellular signaling molecule for regeneration and anti-inflammation together. The impact factor of this publication is more than 14, and actually this journal was founded by Dr. Jan Lattebar. And here we are presenting more than 30 speakers for today's event, and I hope you can enjoy all of our presentations. And please let me introduce a few more slides or publications. We built a team of 20 doctors for aesthetic dermatology and medical dermatology. Now it's published with the help of Dr. Michael Gold at the Journal of Cosmetic Dermatology. Next year, I'm gonna focus on vitiligo, so let's try to do something with our exosome technology for vitiligo patients. And we have Dr. Avalon, who published her study for RF microneedling combination, and Dr. Tracy in the United States is helping a lot of female patients with our exosome IRLB product. And this is brand new cases or results for we call this exobrows to grow eyebrows better. And here we have another publication from our doctors to improve the quality of life. And then here, I got this photo just a couple of weeks ago from Mexico. It was supposed to present it next year, but I just trying to share this photo to save the life of this baby on the EB. And then here, we are trying to extend our technology to general consumers by developing home care products. And for consumers, we are going to launch. And for clinics, we will have more very soon. And the last slide is ChatGPT 5. Every AI knows ExoBio is the best exosome company in the world, and BNAB too. Thank you so much. We appreciate the effort of our team. Thank you so much, all of our ExoBio team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cho. So it's with great pleasure that I will present to you today the next speaker, which is the father, the titan of exosome, Professor Jan Lotwell. High impact factor scientist. He's an amazing person. Whenever you text me all over the world, from my experience, he always replies and he makes you aware of what's the new standards in the exosome biology. He's a professor at the University of Gothenburg in Sweden, and I'm very delighted that he was presenting his presentation today.
Thank you so much, Elena. It's a great pleasure to be here. I presented here before, and I've actually more and more simplified my lecture because I'm starting to increase my understanding a little bit more how the exosomes actually are working. But I'll show you some very important data that I haven't shared with you before. So these are my disclosures. I have a number of startup companies, and I'm very proud to work with ExoGMP for the last 5 years because it is really a company that is pursuing a scientific approach to developing these exosomes. And then I'm trying to move the thing forward, and it's not moving, and I press there, and I press there, and then it works. And of course, today's topic will be to discuss the stem cell exosomes. And in my world, in my scientific world, they're primarily mesenchymal stem cells, but you could also consider other types of stem cells, and that includes the rose stem cells, that some stem cell exosomes that some of you are working on. Now, how many vesicles do we have in our body? I love showing this picture because it's from a totally healthy individual. You can see a fibroblast or a myofibroblast that is shown to the left. You can see collagen fibers around that cell. But you can see a lot of vesicular structures as well in that tissue. And if you look with higher magnification, you can see these are quite large vesicles, but with even higher magnification, those little smallest vesicles, they are approximately 50 nanometers. And the way I look at this is that those 50 nanometer vesicles can easily diffuse through the tissues, whereas the large ones are probably part of the interstitial tissue. We need to understand how these vesicles travel in tissues to a greater extent, but this is my mindset or my guess of how things work. But if we have 30 trillion cells in the body, 30 to 37 trillion cells in the body, and the cells release 1,000 to 10,000 exosomes per day, we obviously have many vesicles in our bodies right now, and they're part of our life. So this is a guesstimate with the help of some AI and mathematics that we have maybe 100 quadrillion, that's 10^17. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there are a lot of vesicles in our body. And we eat exosomes every day as well. Trillions of exosomes regardless of which food we have, drink beer, you get a lot of exosomes. You eat fermented food, you get even more vesicles, and that's definitely higher number of exosomes than there are raindrops, a rainy day in a big city. So this is what they look like when you look at them in what we call cryo-electron microscopy. They have a double lipid bilayer, just like our cells do on the surface. They have a lot of proteins in that membrane. They can have a lot of cargo sometimes, less cargo. Sometimes you can even see double, so there are vesicles that are one vesicle inside of another vesicle. So a lot of complicated cargo in that setup. This makes it a bit complicated for regulators to approve this as drug because it is not one molecule. It's a natural product that has many functional molecules that convey biology. But from a fundamental perspective, exosomes are part of our life. They are definitely safe from a general perspective. There are two types of exosomes that could be dangerous, and one is bacterial exosomes. When you have a bacterial infection and it's spreading, they release a lot of exosomes, and they can be dangerous to you. Also, cancer exosomes can be dangerous. Now, the stem cell exosomes are unique in the body because they have this anti-inflammatory effect. If you take these vesicles and look at this curve, you can see doesn't matter which inflammatory cell you study, but you induce inflammation in the cell and you treat them with increasing concentration of these stem cell exosomes. You can see a significant inhibition of that inflammation. That's a general effect they have. It's not only one cell, it's all types of inflammation that these exosomes can inhibit. So kind of an endogenous therapeutic, and it's an anti-inflammatory that we have in our own bodies. The problem is that maybe we only have around 1 billion, maybe some of the younger ones have 2 billion mesenchymal stem cells in our body, and they're distributed throughout the body. So these vesicles are released sort of in a diluted way compared to many of the other exosomes that are released in the tissue as well. So maybe 1 trillion exosomes per day are released, and when we give them as treatment, we give them at a much higher concentration than they normally are at the right place, so on the skin, in the lung, or what have you. And there are clearly a number of really important clinical trials that I want to mention before I finish my lecture. And there are 2 stem cell exosome studies that were double-blind and placebo-controlled, so really well performed, that looked at lung injury during the bad pandemic we had only a few years ago. Here's one of them that showed a 31% reduction in mortality, so reduced death with these exosomes given by infusion in patients with a COVID-19-induced lung injury. Of course, it's the inflammation that kills these patients. Here's another study that was performed in an academic center in Iran, and they had really severe patients. 50% of the patients died, and if they were given infusion of exosomes, they saw a 65% reduction of mortality. Now to the really interesting one, which is a little bit next generation exosome. So this is an engineered exosome that has a molecule on its surface called CD24. This is a retrospective study made in Israel. So the study was published, the original study was not controlled, but then they matched cases from the same hospital with age and everything like that, and they saw a 13% mortality in that group. But those that received the exosomes had 0% mortality. And of course, we have to remember that the first control study, placebo-controlled study in the field of exosomes was performed by ExoGMP by the initiative of Byung-Chul, our host here today. And that's why it is really, really, really an important study. And I'm sure you will see more of this during the day. So these exosomes are really important. They can recover the body from different types of trauma. It can be lung injury, it can be other things. And I definitely see them as future biological drugs. We have seen growth of monoclonal antibody therapeutics for 50 years. They were discovered in Oxford in 1975, and we're seeing new monoclonal antibodies being released all the time. And of course, we will see a growth of exosome therapeutic as well. I'll not dig into data there to explain how we can do that, but the mesenchymal stem cell exosomes can be made even more potent, even more effective by specific engineering and loading them with certain molecules. And then we have the next generation where we take the understanding from stem cell exosomes and make those in a much higher yield way, in a much higher concentration to treat the next generation of, to create the next generation of exosome biologics. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention and be excited because exosomes are really interesting and scientifically sound. Thank you.
Dear Jan, this was an excellent presentation in depth on exosomes. Thank you so much. And it's with great pleasure that I will be introducing Dr. Justin Harper. He is a healthcare innovator and aesthetic physician. He is published author on regenerative aesthetics, and he is the founder of Jubilee Aesthetics Clinics in Ohio. Please welcome Dr. Justin Harper, that he's going to speak on exosomes as a clinical powerhouse, business game changer, and no PDRN required. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And thank you for that fantastic presentation that preceded. I was hopeful that you would cover all of the scientific part of this so that I could focus on what created a lot of confusion. So I have 11 clinics over 6 states. I deal with a lot of different regulatory environments. I don't like language in general because everybody uses the same words to describe things, and it creates a lot of confusion. From peptides to exosomes, a lot of things can be defined as that, as we learned from the previous. This is a general timeline of what I'm going to cover. I will dive into each of these and kind of go through the rationale and the decision-making that I made when choosing to jump straight to exosomes without ever the introduction of PDRN, and why I feel like that is a sound decision. And while it is also most likely very controversial, especially in this audience, I'd be happy to clarify with anyone after. So let's start with PRP. I believe in PRP. I didn't at first. But the question is there's lots of PRP that doesn't work, and there's lots of PRP that does. We probably all have cases that are super compelling with skin regeneration, hair, countless different examples where PRP is very, very meaningful. The problem for me is in 11 clinics with a number of providers, we do thousands of procedures every month. Even if the failure rate or the less impressive rate is 1 in 3, that's too much for me. Okay, I want to be able to provide a reliable option. Now, when we look at what contributes to that, there are a number of different studies showing different things. I believe pretty strongly that one of them is the individual's personal choices, age, and other disease factors. So whether they are taking too many anti-inflammatory medications, or they have been to an event like this and drank too much, I think there's a lot that this is 100% dependent on the quality of us to give us the result that we're looking for. The benefit that this still has a place in my clinic is it's still FDA compliant as a minimally altered blood product, and so it is legal to inject. When you do many clinics in many different places, you also have a lot of people who don't like you very much, and so you will be reported to medical boards routinely. And so it's very important that I operate in a place that I can defend it, and I can continue to offer these services moving forward. So let me tell you why I skipped PDRN. It's not because I don't believe it works. I think everyone here will know that it works, have super compelling evidence, and I think this is where these decisions for us in clinical practice become the most difficult. It's not a question between good and bad, it's a question between good and good. And so for me, I was looking for, I don't even want exosomes. I wanted stem cells of the future, I just couldn't have them. Okay? It didn't exist, and it probably won't exist for the short term at least. So for me, PDRN was off the table because it was not injectable. It's a larger molecule size. It activates the A2A receptor, which is ironically my favorite mechanism in physiology. I'm quite the nerd. I love the transpass part of it. But despite that, it gives us fantastic help with anti-inflammatory, induction of fibroblasts, improved healing, all good things. There's not a single bad thing about that other than I believe I have something better. So exosomes, for me, is as close as I can get to ideal, and I believe that exosomes and exosome science, the rate that it's advancing, is going to cover us. I don't know that we'll ever get to a point where we don't need stem cells in our repertoire of regenerative products, but I think that we are at a point even now with how effective we see it working, with the incredible different clinical applications that we saw in both the presentation, as well as what Dr. Byung said. So for me, I would rather introduce or induce multiple pathways with countless benefits than a singular pathway that has a lot of benefits. I also, and this is something controversial, but I also like that it's human-derived. And I know that has a lot of issues and implications from state to state and country to country. And I'm not opposed to plant, I'm not opposed to others. It's a compelling message when I speak to my patients that we're using things that are like us. So we've deployed this, and I'm thankful. I think one of the most important pieces of information that I received that made me feel comfortable with this is we have shown, or I didn't do it personally, they have shown that it's effective through impaired skin barrier. It's even effective topically, although to a lesser extent, with intact dermal junction. So for me, once I knew that I could find a way to get it into and through the skin, it became a paradigm shift in how we approach procedures. So the procedure was to create the primary endpoint, but just as much as was an excuse to then use exosomes. Okay, so where we would do a procedure and our whole focus was on optimizing that clinical outcome of that microneedling, RF microneedling. I use a lot of Silifirm in my practices. Now it's, I'm gonna do the Silifirm because it's great and because I just need another way to improve my exosome outcomes. It's also legally viable, and I believe that it will probably continue to do so unless we make a mistake. And that, I think, is a global mistake. I don't think it's a US-based mistake, although we're so different in state to state in how we regulate things. But I think our biggest mistake that we could make is being a little too irresponsible, okay? And not irresponsible. So I live in Dallas now, technically, and maybe that makes me a cowboy, and I like to be aggressive in my treatments, but I think we have a risk pushing the limit too far and then getting very unfortunate repercussions in our regulatory environment where we lose access probably not to a singular product, but there's a risk that we go all the way back to where we started. So here's a general comparison of why I wanted to simplify it because I want to make this case to my business manager. I want to make my case to my clinical providers who might not take the time to read the literature and do the research. So as we introduce this, it's been our fastest growing product to date. We operate a model, hopefully like some of you guys might be a little fancier than I am, but we operate an approachable price, high quality, high clinical output, high clinical effect, high clinical safety result. And that is our goal as our business model. We want to be able to provide that. With that comes sometimes clients who are a little more cost sensitive and they've had zero issue adopting. Now they are starting to look for the same opportunity to introduce exosomes. And so while I believe that we have an incredible future together with this, I want to make sure that we do it in a safe and effective way so we protect the ability to offer these incredible clinical results.
All right. Thank you very much. Big hand. So please remind you to ask the questions by going to this QR code on the back of your badge. Now it's my great pleasure to introduce an entrepreneur, a dermatologist. He has multiple clinics, has worked in many countries as well. He's specialized in hair, and it's a great pleasure to introduce Inigo Di Felipe, please.
Thank you very much, Gian. Let me introduce myself. I'm a dermatologist. I've been practicing for 31 years, and I actually live in between the UK and Spain. That's why some people wonder why my accent is a little bit British, but it's because of that reason. So I have 8 minutes, so I will talk to you about 8 different new applications, which are these. Well, first of all, this is a very interesting clinical case of a woman with phenylketonuria. So the dermatological concern was this dermatitis. You might notice that she doesn't look very Spanish. She's a bit blonde, and that's one of the consequences of having phenylketonuria. So she'd had different treatments with tacrolimus, corticosteroids, nothing was working. She came to me and I said, why don't you apply this Exobalm? I gave it for free. She applied this daily, and this was the result after 1 month. So just for you to remember, phenylketonuria is a disease caused by mutations in this enzyme here that transform phenylalanine into tyrosine. That's the reason why these people have less melanin, as you could see before. And for some reason, there is an impairment of the absorption of certain amino acids, and that's the reason for the mental retardation, which you can avoid if you follow a proper diet, and the dermatitis. Interestingly, atopic dermatitis has been proven to be alleviated with exosomes. And this is the study that, by the way, was published by Byung Chong, who is here. And you can see here the measurement of mastocytes. Here you see toluidine blue, CD86, all that measures mastocytes. So when you apply the cream of exosomes, there is a reduction in mastocytes. Second indication, what is this? This is a woman that was picking and scratching the forehead, and as a consequence of that, she developed a lichen simplex chronicus. So we said, okay, let's do microdermabrasion to reduce the thickness of the epidermis and apply the ExoGMP Facility skin. This is the result after 8 sessions. Still, we have a lot to work, but it works. Second application, lichen simplex chronicus. Third indication, deep, hollow blue eye bags. Doctor, what do I do with this? They're not surgical candidates, so let's do something else. So we said, okay, let's propose you to do a CO2 fractional laser covering only 20% of the surface and the posterior application of ExoGMP Facility. This is the result after 2 months, 2 months after the indication. Wonderful improvement. I will probably do it on myself. Fourth indication, a very common cause. These are not eye bags that we should treat with fillers. This man, 34 years old, came to us. He's a nurse, by the way, with this red and pigmented lower eyelid, this discoloration. He's had hyaluronic acid filler. He was happy with this, but he said, doctor, the color didn't improve. What can I do? Okay, so we did microneedling and pico laser, and then we applied ExoGMP Facility. This is the result after 3 sessions. Another indication, these very difficult scars. How do you treat them? Well, you do whatever you can. What we did in this case was erbium laser, CO2. It didn't work, but then we did microneedling with ExoGMP, and voila, this is the improvement after 6 sessions. Another indication, discoid lupus or cutaneous lupus erythematosus. This is a 63-year-old woman. She'd had in the previous years many treatments, pulse diet, IPL, CO2 laser. I think that doctors didn't have a very clear idea what she had, but it was obviously a lupus, a cutaneous lupus. She also had hydroxychloroquine, isotretinoin, nothing worked. This is before the treatment and 6 months after the treatment with hydroxychloroquine. So we said, you know what? Let's do microneedling with ExoGMP and let's see what happens. And this is after 5 sessions. Wonderful improvement. So the reason why exosomes work in the lupus is something that I wonder, because I've been going through the literature, and basically what it says is that people with lupus have more of certain type of exosomes which are dangerous, as Dr. Lothal mentioned. So the exosomes in lupus patients are rich in microRNA 21, 155. But when we give mesenchymal stem cell exosomes, lupus improves. And nephritis has been shown to improve. So that's probably one of the reasons. Next case, flushing. So this patient had been treated with many different things, IPL, limicycline, doxycycline, nothing improved. So we decided, okay, let's apply erbium, fractional, just very, very light, and ExoGMP. Wonderful improvement. And we know that mesenchymal stem cell exosomes also improve vascularization. Next case, ochronosis. So this patient had been applying hydroquinone for a long period of time, 5 months, and this was the result, darkening and thickening of the skin. So usually there are two types of ochronosis. This one is the exogenous, and it responded very well to microdermabrasion and topical application of ExoGMP assay. Just to remember you, ochronosis can be endogenous by a mutation in a certain enzyme, and endogenous. So the endogenous one, the clinical one, has this change in the color of urine. Usually you make urine that looks like honey, but then it becomes dark like wine. You have this pigmentation where the cartilage is, and you have this distortion and articular changes. But we're talking about the other ochronosis, the ochronosis that is a consequence of hydroquinone, very common in Asian patients, especially in India. So try ASCE. I think they will work very well. So finally, this is my team in Madrid many years ago. Actually, we're much more. So we have the dresses of Disney for all the different indications. Ochronosis, that's Malefica, right? Flushing, that's Minnie. Discoid lupus, that's the wolf, right? Atopic dermatitis, that's lichen simplex with Cruella de Vil, right? Ibex, that's me, Peter Pan. Red eyelids with Red Hood, and varioliform scars with Mario Bro. Thank you very much for listening to this presentation.
Dear Inigo, like always, a beautiful presenter, beautiful cases. Thank you so much. And it's with great pleasure that I will be introducing Dr. Anil Rajani, a US-based aesthetic physician, innovator of the plasma sculpt and plasma fill techniques. He's also an influencer with his own YouTube video. So he's going to talk about gold standard exosomes, how they fuel new social media power shift. Thank you very much. We'll look forward.
Now, Dr. Harper thought he was controversial. But I'm just going to warn you, I have disclosures. Many people think I'm crazy, and it's true. I'm in a different world now, and I'm a bit controversial. I'm going to tell you I'll be bombastic a little bit. And I'm going to be that way because I need to wake us up as a community of physicians. I'm open to all of you. You can direct message me. I want to help us all because I want to improve us as a group. And you'll understand more in a second. And that's the most important part of this lecture, is why you need to be involved. I'm going to share things with you today that I rarely share with people. I'm going to give you some stats from behind my channel. We're going to share money, because I came into this by mistake, and I'm not a money guy. My car's 15 years old. I buy the odd hockey stick, and my hockey skates are 20 years old. I don't care about money, but I make 10.2, probably 11, 12 million this year on retail sales from my practice in skincare. And it was very, very difficult to go to work when I make way more in skincare. So that's why I'm involved in this world. And I want to empower you guys to do the same. How many people out here have retail skincare? Do you know what I mean by that? Like you're selling skincare in your office. How many people? Oh my goodness, I got a lot more work. I need 18 minutes, please. How many people would like to have to double, triple, quadruple? How many people love their social media? Okay, so people ask me, what keeps me up all night? I travel the world, I don't have to work anymore. What keeps me up at night? And this is exactly what keeps me up. This was me, Monaco, and this is what we used to do as a group. We would lecture to 1,000 people amongst us, our colleagues. We would go out to our practice. We would message to our patients, and we would get them great care, and they would get great results, right? That's how it used to be. But you see that thing over there, the podium? It's dead. And I know that's going to offend some people, but the minute I train people in a group like this and I start talking, I put the study up there, they get the phones out. And these are 25, 35-year-old injectors. It's all of us. So we have to recognize that that podium is dead. And how do then we message it? Who is messaging? Okay, Kylie, right? 500 million followers. You guys know this guy, V, 60 million followers. How about this guy, the most unlikely person to give skincare advice? Can you guys recognize who this is? Okay, a soccer player. And guess what's in, did you see the lectures we just had here? Amazing data and science. And this guy, they're going to come in and ask you for the bird poop facial, the bee venom facial, and you've done this amazing, great work. None of it matters if the patients don't come in asking for it. And we have to wake up and recognize it. Do you guys recognize Pony, right? And she's a makeup artist, not even an esthetician. No disrespect to all of them, but that's who's running it, and it's social media. That's why this is all happening. How does this have to do with exosomes? I want you to join me in introducing to the world these products. ExoBomb being the first one. Because this will, I guarantee, will beat the urine facial, the bird poop facial, the avocado mask, everything that they have. But people don't know about this. And look, I looked at this over a year and a half. We use it for pre-care, we use it for post-care. But what about daily skincare? Dr. Harper alluded to, we've had a couple tequilas last night. I had sun this morning. We have oxidative stress. What about using this every day to look great? And I'm going to show you some stats, and I know time is valuable, so we're going to run here. Of course, in Monaco, it got amazing awards. But here's the problem, and there's always a problem. And to understand this, you have to understand the problem, okay? This is Sir Rasmus Wilson, and he is, in America, thought to be the founder of retail skincare. He did not expect that skincare is going to be sold at these places, right? And what do you see with influencers? They walk around and they do videos, your haul from Costco, your haul from Walmart. And I wish I had more time, but I'll tell you what they're making. Because I know this stuff and I use some of these influencers, people with 10,000 followers, these 22-year-olds, they're making $50, $80, $100,000 for 35 seconds. You don't think this is happening? It's absolutely happening. When I type in my worth as a social media person, it's way more than I ever collect or ask for. It's ridiculous. And this is the part of the pie that we all take home. And you showed me, because if you looked around the room, no one put their hands up for retail skincare. Let me give you some more bad news. When do people buy skincare? They buy it on the weekends. You're lucky if your staff works Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. They check out Thursday. They don't want to work Friday. You know that. You're not there on the weekend. How about something worse? Look when people purchase. They purchase in the evening. Do you see 11 and 12 p.m. on that graph? Do you see 12 p.m.? When your staff come into work, you know what they say? They come in there and they go, by 9:30, 9:45, what do they say? Hey guys, what are we doing for lunch? Does that resonate? What do they order? A burrito. In America, they order a burrito. They're sleeping by 1:30. Forget about laser settings. They're not selling skincare. And they're buying at night. And we capture none of that, but the little 22-year-old, they're capturing all that. Let me give you some more opportunity here. People don't buy skincare, never. 19%. We don't know who those people are. We don't even like those people. They're gone. They don't buy it annually. This is recurring sales. We have 36, on my site, 36% recurring sales. You know why? I'm educating. And you guys are way better at educating than me. What you just talked about, I can't talk about that stuff. But I got 36% of 10 million is recurring sales, and we take none of that. Here's the growth. And I hate to say, I say it gets worse. You know why? You're not participating. We aren't as a group. We've relinquished it all. So what do we do? And we're rolling through this. The best news is, okay, this is our competition. The beet nose, I already talked about this. The hemorrhoid cream under the eyes, that's your competition, you guys. In America, we say, the icing on the cake, here's the bingsu. Do you see here? Look here. This is a fake. You know the amount of fake product on the market that they're selling? And you have a practice, you have original product that you have access to that you can sell. Put the stamp of approval on. We have a huge opportunity to take it back. Go to my YouTube channel. This is something I did the other day. YouTube's free, you guys. Social media is free. I did a live. I was waiting to get on a webinar. I had an hour. So I said, you know what? I look good right now. I felt good. I had the light going on. I had a little cream on my face. I'll do a live. I clicked the live. I throw up a couple slides, and I answered questions for 45 minutes as a doctor knowing about skincare. Monday morning, my team's in a kerfuffle. What happened with our Google ads on the weekend? What happened with the Facebook ads? And finally, I dove in. I said, what are you guys talking about? We had $40,000 increased sales over a 6-hour period after I was on live. You can go to my channel and go to my live and just watch that, and you can repeat it and copy it. Don't make this difficult. I'm not going through this. We don't have the time. Elon Musk, $44 billion, he bought the world by buying Twitter, okay? You bought the world at $44 billion. Oh, my God, that's nothing. You don't win elections, and you can't fight a war. When you find out there's a war, how do you find out? It's a tweet. So I'm not going through why. This is just, here's an example if you don't feel like you have a following. Okay, if you take, Rhode Skincare, you guys know Rhode Skincare? She has $1 billion, 700 million in cash. Did we get that? Like we went to medical school, we went to nursing, and we got zero. She's a billionaire. Do you think ExoBio is better than that? What the hell are we doing? We need to think about it. What did I do? I'm in Hawaii. I'm on vacation, where I am. And I say, oh, Haley said something about a procedure I did. Haley Bieber, what do? I take a clip. I talk before, I talk after. I said, what is it all about? Boom, 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 boom. Because I know what I'm talking about, like you guys do. So if you just dissect this easy thing and you see, okay, 853 people sent it to their friends, 23 people posted it, 55,000 people saw it. I throw it up on YouTube, just as quick and easy, another 40,000, that's 100,000 people without it being shared or anything. Let's just say 100,000. I know $250 is the average sale on my store, and I know 1% of people purchase. If you do the math, it's about 200 grand. That's the quick math. You do it for your procedures, and just quickly, I want to show you, when you put up your procedure, look in the top right. You see my revenue, what I made here? Nothing. I don't get ads for that. I don't click the button that allows them. But the point of it is 350,000 people saw it. So think about the eyeballs. Eyeballs is the new currency. But here's the key why you do YouTube. Because if you look here, at 714 days, so a couple of years later, still 200 people are watching it, this video, every 2 days. Eyeballs, okay? Now, YouTube, it's evergreen, okay? Keep in mind they can cancel you at any time. It's a privilege to be on social media, so you need your insurance. That's your apps, and it's your email list. Your email list is gold. Capture it. Use AI, make a quick book. It'll do it in 2 seconds on how to apply Exobalm with retinols. Make the book, make them give you your email, sign up, send it to thousands, and you got their emails. This is all so easy now. Home shopping. This is what people are setting up at home. It's like my YouTube Live, but you can set this up at home for pennies on the dollar. Use Amazon for that, to buy those things. If I didn't, this is the last bit, but if I didn't appeal to you, and you just want a little bit of money, look what happens when you click the button that allows Google to advertise on your video, okay? So this is vitamin deficiency that's harming your skin, and that's K2D3 is a supplement I sell. But if you look here, $28,000, they pay me over a year, 400 days. And if you look, 164,000 hours of eyeball time. But I'm selling a product for $50. But they're going to buy other things. They're going to spend $250, but I'm making money off Google. Remember the evergreen part? This is 1,700 days later, and now it made $41,000. So and if I got 2,000 videos, you do the math. So, and here's castor oil. We all know castor oil. $50,000 they pay me. So if you don't want to do any of it, get paid by them. Take a picture of this. I'm not going to go through it in the interest of time, but this is your cookbook. And you can DM me about any of it. It's very, very easy. And I'll DM this to you. Sorry about the time. One last thing. If you work 5 days a week, here's your call to action. We get a water. You ready for this? Okay. This is the key. If you work 5 days a week, call in tomorrow, Tuesday, Monday at home, if you're USA, Canada, wherever. Tell them, I'm not coming in Thursday or Friday. I now work 3 days a week. Because the other two, and I know you're going to do half of what I tell you, it's your Independence Day, I call it. When I took 1 day a week off and I made social media for a day, boom. So you take a day and you make this part of your business, and you do it regularly, you do it consistently, and you get into the retail market. And if you don't want to do retail, do it for your practice. Because my whole thing in practice was, I only want $5,000 faces coming in for injectables. And it was easy to do with social media, because you're coming in after I tell you that's what a face costs. And you make your narrative. So, I have all kinds of other stuff, but let me just show you one last thing. Don't make it difficult. Nasolabial folds. You guys all know about nasolabial folds? It's the still #1 search term. Look how many people saw this video. 720,000 people. Now, it only paid me $7,000. Why? Because poor people search this. So when Google goes to do ads, they're not getting as much ad revenue. Rich people are looking up exosomes, and they're looking up exobomb, and they're looking up science. So all these little influencers, they're pretty much gone. And we are now ready to take over from the bird poop facial. Thank you very much.
Great!
Perfect. Fantastic. Whoa.
That was hard to get through.
Don't forget to ask about the bird poo facials on this.
It's perfect.
This app. Now, very briefly, Elena, beautiful Elena, is going to give her presentation, and she always does it very well. Please.
Thank you very much, Ian, for the welcome introduction here. So, such inspiring talks in RAES this year. So to me, it's such a special day because it feels that like we're not just discussing about exosome therapy, we are actually redefining of how people experiencing it. And today I'm really honored and pleased that I will be introducing you to the new AC Plus Home Care line that is actually a line that is designed to bridge the treatments that we do in the clinic, the professional treatments, and the daily skin rejuvenation. It's the first of its kind to allow our patients to continue their regenerative journey, the exosome-based journey, at home safely and effectively. And then as we're moving to the next slide, actually, I would like to speak to you a little bit about the foundation of my work, my exopriming protocol or exoplast priming from AC+. And actually, it focuses on using constantly microdosing exosomes on the skin. And of course, at that time, 2 years ago that this protocol was born, we had ExoBomb, pre and post-treatment to optimize my clinical treatments as well as to give them longevity. And it was a pleasure for me to work and collaborate this year, this summer with InMode Australia, where I spoke in several educational events as well as in these 2 articles where we published in Harper Bazaar as well as Spine the Clinic about the exoplast priming protocol and how important it is to microdose exosomes on a daily basis to promote skin health at a cellular level. And the principle of this protocol is very simple but powerful. So when we give exosomes to the skin on a daily basis, then we promote and we strengthen the skin barrier. We promote cellular communication, and we ameliorate the skin's microenvironment for continuous skin regeneration. And of course, this is how we optimize our in-clinic treatments, and we give them longevity. And I was really rewarded when I saw the new line, the AC Plus Home Care line, as it absolutely perfectly complements this philosophy. And it allows both us physicians, practitioners, and our patients to continue their regenerative-based journey at home beyond clinic. And then, of course, these are some of my patients that they inspire me to do this and to carry out this journey and to invent this protocol. So there were difficult cases of patients, recalcitrant melasma, perioral, periocular dermatitis, melasma, and rosacea. Difficult cases that they wanted results. And when we were doing in clinic treatments, they had beautiful results, but then they were not able to maintain. And then when they opted for the ExoPlus priming with ExoBalm at home on a daily basis, especially at night, then the journey became beautiful for them. They had a beautiful experience. The treatments in the clinic, they gained significant importance to them. And then, of course, they were my inspiration. And of course, we have papers out there focusing on skin longevity, on regenerative medicine, that they highlight how exosomes are very valuable, not just for beauty, but for skin health, with their anti-aging, regenerative, anti-inflammatory, and of course, anti-senescence pathways and principles that they have for the skin. So beyond beauty, there is function. And our goal is not just repair, it's to bring back intelligence to those skin cells so that they prolong their own skin span, which is actually their health span. And of course, we're talking about AC plus exosomes, so this slide brings science into life and summarizes all the studies that we have out there about AC plus exosomes, how they can influence the key cellular players of the skin, keratinocytes, fibroblasts, melanocytes, inflammatory cells, so that they function properly, efficiently, effectively, and communicate. And this is the new AC Plus Home Care line. In other words, it promotes the natural skin's ecosystem to maintain resilience, support, function, and skin longevity. It's designed to support intelligent daily skincare routine for our patients, and it empowers our patients to be engaged in their own journey towards their own skin health. But why ExoCoBio? To me, I think it's like this beautiful Olympic circles, because ExoCoBio stands for scientific integrity, clinical validity, and of course, uncompromised quality. And this is my first and my favorite, the first of the line, the Sunshine Cushion. What an innovation. SPF, broad spectrum SPF with exosomes. So it takes that field, that era of UV protection to another level. While traditional sunscreens, they only talk about UV protection, the Sunshine Cushion, it has exosomes inside and takes UV protection steps further. While it protects us with broad spectrum SPF, but of course it has another action. It can hydrate, can improve skin tone, it can control dyspigmentation, inflammation, and of course all the products that are dermatologically tested and clinically proven for sensitive skin. I use it every day, and especially around the eyes, it's powerful. The second of it is the Calming Ampule Pro. It's a perfect serum, non-comedogenic. Oily skin goes perfect with this one. And guess what? It has exosomes, but of course it has antioxidants. It's a beautiful blend that it has a dual action to improve and soothe the skin barrier function. So whenever our skin is on defense mode, like in the morning, we can use it to improve skin barrier function. And then last thing, the Firming Moisturizer Pro. I love it as a primer before my makeup. And it takes hydration in a deeper level. It's an intelligent blend that it has, of course, exosomes, but it has tremella. And I was really impressed, and I love it because I take it every day as an antioxidant for my skin. It has hydrolyzed collagen. It has adenosine, antioxidants, and it has a triple function. It can firm the skin, it works deep in the dermis, it has anti-wrinkle effects, and of course deep hydration. And when we're talking about normal skin, let's just remember we're not talking for eczema, rosacea, and irritated skin. So here is my protocol of how I use this product, because the skin has a dual function. It's on defense mode in the morning, so it produces more oiliness. The skin barrier is active, so we need to promote and enhance the skin barrier with whatever we use in the morning. So the actual tools we have, we need to use them correctly. And when the night mode comes, then the skin barrier goes down. That's why everything that I apply on the skin are going to go inside, and they're going to enhance their actions, and of course is an active regenerative organ. And I think it was this beautiful study from Johns Hopkins that they looked into the factors that they could change actually the regenerative process of the skin. And one major factor, the only one actually, is sleep, due to this dual action of the skin working as a regenerative organ at night. So use consciously your skincare products at night to regenerate and empower the skin more. And lastly, with the key takeaways from this presentation is that microdosing exosomes on a daily basis, of course, brings longevity to our treatments, skin health to the skin, and this is what our patients, they seek at the moment. Natural, beautiful results, and of course, all these products, they leverage rose stem cell-derived exosomes to control pigmentation, inflammation, improve regeneration, and strengthen the skin barrier. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena. I think you can stay up here with me. Why not? Because we have 1 or so minutes if there are any questions, and while these guys are putting up the chairs for the panel. Any questions
We
that have
get
come
some
in
questions of the QR codes.
to any of the speakers? Anybody wants to stand up and ask a question? Yeah, there is a hand up there. No, there wasn't.
No,
Looked
but
like it.
I think it will pop up here, so maybe they need a little bit of time to think about it. Two beautiful match information from all of our speakers.
Yeah, which personality traits do you need to be doing what you do, right? Because we are all different personalities, right?
The number one message, and it doesn't matter how you look, it's giving value to people. So if I have nail fungus, I don't give a rip what you look like. If you tell me to get rid of how I'm going to get rid of my nail fungus in 6 weeks, I'm going to listen to you. It's the same with skincare. I really think we have this opportunity to take this back for ourselves and forget the billions of dollars, but to take back what's ours. So it's about giving value. It's totally about giving value.
Some are better at it than others.
I disagree.
All right.
So beautiful.
Very good.
Let's
So we have the
welcome
panel. Could the panel please pick Dr.
Yes.
Cho?
So
The whole panel should come.
Cho. Dr. Anna Pare, please come to the discussion panel. Dr. Khadija Al-Jabi, thank you for coming into the panel. And Dr. Amor Tekeli, please come into the panel.
So we'll do a quick round of introductions, so self-introductions of the panel, because this is obviously not the speakers. We can start with Dr. Khadija, maybe?
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Khadija Zaabi from the United Arab Emirates, based in Abu Dhabi at Yas Island. I have more than 20-year experience in clinical dermatology, and I established my own clinic on 2022. Since that time, I started practicing clinical dermatology and aesthetic dermatology, and combining the science with artistry.
Thank you. Dr. Tekeli.
Hello, I'm coming from Istanbul. I'm a dermatologist. We have our own clinic with Dr. Evşen Altunay, and we perform a lot of energy-based devices. I have been an educator of several big brands of fillers, and we like to combine, and we are so in love with regenerative medicine.
Thank you, Dr. Pare.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anna Pore, and I am a board-certified dermatologist from the U.S. I practice in Atlanta, Georgia. I have started many years ago. This is my 30th year in practice, so I feel like I've watched this trajectory of botulinum toxin introduced, and I feel like we're on another breakthrough again, which is very exciting. I have 3 clinics in Atlanta, and we see really number of patients and provide very broad dermatological care. So we use many treatments for cosmetic reasons, but also for medical reasons. So it's exciting to have another tool.
Fantastic. So let's go into the questions.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we can start. So I would like to ask Amor, who she is an amazing friend, and I know her clinical work, and she's into exosomes for a long time now. She has many clinical cases for aesthetic beautification, also for clinical. So how did you start using exosomes in your clinic? Did your audience was ready, or it was something new for them and you had to introduce it in a particular way?
Yeah, we went to a congress with my partner, IMCAS, and there it was the first time we saw exosomes. I was so curious about it, and I listened to several lecturers, and there I saw when there's a resistant case of hair patients you have in the clinic, you can try this, was the idea. And I had my first story in the clinic. I have an assistant who was very resistant to mesotherapy, PRP, nothing ever worked, no drugs ever worked. So let's try this one. I heard it, I said. And it was the first time at the end of the first month I was seeing the scalp very crowded. It was visible there. And the second story which affected me, and I listened to the cases in the same congress about this knee issues where you have injuries in meniscus and things like that. I had an injury when I was skiing. And right immediately we listened to a YouTube video with Dr. Evşen Altunay, and she immediately injected it like a PRP to my knee. And I healed in 1 month. I was on my high heels in 1 month.
Perfect.
And it's definitely changed my life. And it was 10 billions of exosomes, ASCE, and it's changed our life definitely.
And of course, you have a big interest on hair in your country. So a lot of people, they're just coming for hair transplant. Are you seeing also results in combination with hair transplants, or you believe that from your own experience that we can prevent with AC plus even the transplantation? Because you have a huge experience.
Yes, because when we also apply it after their hair transplant, it is definitely guaranteeing it with a very longer time of results. So it definitely changed our patient's life about that too.
And we're looking forward to the hair mist that it will complement the protocol at home.
I'm dying to see it.
Fantastic. Jan, you would like to do the next question?
Yeah, so do the patients actually have any concerns regarding the exosomes? Would you like to comment on that? Do the patients have concerns?
Of course, they have concerns, and when it is spoken about a human product, especially because of religion, there has been some questions to me. In those times, definitely rose stem cell derived exosomes saved my life. And I'm trying to tell it on YouTube with my partner about these concerns and how other doctors are dealing with it, with their explanations. And we try to tell that human can help human in the best manner. Because we are like trees feeding each other, so trees help each other with these things inside the mud, and we can help each other with our bloods and what we have inside as healing and regenerating.
Perfect. So then we come to beautiful Dr. Anna Paré, that she has a huge clinical experience, and I heard that she has also ultra-coring in her clinic, so we have also in Dubai. So I would like to, and you have also experience because you're based in the US on the BNAV human adipose tissue stem cell derived exosomes, so this is very important for us to know. So what is your experience with your multiple devices that you have in your clinic? How do you use it? Are there any concerns to your audience now that we have concerns about devices? Does the human derived exosomes, they help you have better results, more robust? Are you using also the Excel Balm in your clinic?
Yes, so I think that exosomes came via Silpharm to us because we do have many devices and we're doing a number of different microneedling RF treatments, and we do also have ablative and non-ablative lasers and now laser microcoring. So we do use it with different modalities. And it became quite obvious quickly that the post-care, from the patient's standpoint, and the healing process was much easier. So that was the preparators then to, as a dermatologist, we always talk about prepping the skin and used other topicals and oral supplements and conditioning the skin. And this is becoming now a routine that we include exosomes in preparation and post-treatment.
May I ask something? So do you have exposure to just skin type 1 and 2, or like also do you treat with these devices that we know, like post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation, like melasma? Do you treat other types?
Well, we're
also,
lucky,
do you have your...
Absolutely. We're lucky in Atlanta. We have a very diverse group of patients. And of course, depending on the modality, but we do treat patients from skin type 1 all the way through 6, modifying what can be used. And the concern about post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation is significantly decreased with the use of PrEP and then post-care with exosomes. So we very happily have added it, and we see longer lasting results as well. So the senescence that we were dealing with, that in patients I do think benefit maybe from a little bit less aggressive treatment, but properly delivered. And we do see higher longevity of results.
And Sulfur-Mix and hair, we have many studies now. Have you used the protocol that is published?
We very much do. We, in the US, do not inject exosomes, and we do use them through microneedling. So the hair growth regeneration is very, very popular in our clinics, and that is one of the tools that we use.
Fantastic. So, you, Jan, would you like to ask?
Dr. Keija, how do you apply exosomes in your clinic?
I'm usually using exosome for mainly clinical indication, but still I use it for aesthetic purpose. Most of the cases, actually, they came to me with inflammatory active acne who's not responding to other medication, and they can notice the improvement immediately after second session. And I have a lot of feedback from the patient that the activity of the sebaceous gland become less. And also I tried it for vitiligo, couple cases. And I can notice the improvement even after second session for vitiligo cases. I tried the exosome to treat the actually androgenic alopecia in patients, but some of patients, they came with psoriasis, active psoriasis, and others with active seborrheic dermatitis. And coincidentally, I noticed that lesions also improved. And really, patients very happy from the results.
Dr. Khadija, may you please say to the audience that you're also using the human in Dubai.
Yes.
We're using human in Dubai, so you have that experience and exposure. So any of your patients that they had any problems with the human version, how do you communicate this, the high quality compared to other products that they exist in our Dubai market?
Yeah, most of the patients, they're concerned that it's a human origin, but I try always to, and they're asking about safety, number one. And I explain to them how the ExoGMP going through the purification and the safety, and it's something like evidence approved on humans. It's not like the other exosome in the market.
And we had a big problem in Dubai. You know, we started in Dubai with exosomes many years before, like we were pioneers, and then everything took a shift because products that existed at that time, and it was not ExoGMP, they did create some difficult problems.
Actually,
and
I was
ExoGMP came in, and then the market shifted back again because the patients, they loved it. So it's very important how we communicate safety and efficacy to our patients.
Yeah, actually, I was approached by a lot of exosome products, but no one convinced me with any scientific studies until ExoGMP approached me, and really it was amazing.
Perfect. So Jan, to you.
I think I've been kindly asked by our previous host here to thank you very much for this interesting discussion and move on for a short break, and then we'll be back, convene within 10 minutes to go for the next section. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank
you.
When I agreed to chair this section, I didn't know how phenomenal everybody would be before this at doing it. So please give me grace when it comes to pronouncing the names. I practiced them all, but so we'll see how we go. All right, so we're going to first start off with a live demonstration. Okay. This will be performed by Dr. Suparu, a dermatologist from Thailand, assistant professor of DMed Clinic Center and Department of Aesthetic Medicine, College of Integrated Medicine, Jorkajit. See, this is where I'm going to struggle with these names. I tried them. In Bangkok and Thailand. He's an international speaker and KOL for ASCE, Silifirm, Ultraformer, and more. He's awarded Asian Pacific, La Foundation La Roche-Posay, clinical research grants, and the Eli Lilly and HCP Scholarship Awards from the European Academy of Dermatology Congress. The Dazzle Research Award and the World Congress has won first place of RAES, RAES, BNA 2024. So, with no further ado, if they're ready, live demonstrations are very complicated, so we will go to them so that we can see what they're going to show us.
Hello everyone. Hello from the demonstration room. I'm Dr. Suparu from Bangkok, Thailand. It's really an honor for me to share with you about the technique, the combining of the energy-based device that is one of my favorite in our practice. It's about the tentermer. Could I show you the comparison table? Let me show you a little bit extermer or tentermer in another country. So what is it make tentermer unique is that they have the impedance matching and they have the very high power output. I think it's the maximum number of the high power output in the market right now. And to make it the energy safe, they have the impedance matching technology that makes the energy when the RF energy emit, they will safely. For our patient, they have the smart control system, and the cooling system is very important for the monopolar F. So they have the 7-time cooling spray. And when we compare to another monopolar radio frequency in our market right now, so you can see that tentermer are most comparable to the thermage, FRX in the term of energy, but the tentermer have bigger face tip for 5 millimeters square, bigger than the other brand. So that's why you can treat the patient faster and effectively, and you can use less shot, and they don't have time limit like the other brand. And the very important for tentermer or extermer and thermage is that they are both system that have the impedance matching. So let us begin with the machine. Yeah. So I would love to share with you that this is the first tip is 5 millimeter. When we compare with another brand, you can see that significantly different inside. So okay, throw it. And then when we use this for eyes and this for the body tips, and they have the impedance matching system before we perform the treatment. So this is the important thing that when we use the apply the gel, please. Okay. And then when this is very good 7 couple time of the cooling system for the patient to be very comfort. And when the patient feel comfortable, so we can increase a little bit of energy, maybe 0.5 or 1 level. So we can get the very good result. So this is one. Okay. So we begin with the technique of the impedance matching. Okay. Everything is ready. So go to the FET. This is very important step to measure the patient impedance. Okay? Okay, so you can see, could you turn into the machine? This is one we already finish the impedance matching. You can see every shot. So the energy will be safe for the patient. Okay. So let me begin with this procedure. Sorry.
And I'll just remind you that as you watch this, we welcome questions. You have the QR code on your badge to go ahead and ask them as we go, and then if we collect them, we can ask them.
You can see this process is very fast to perform. So I usually focus on the mechanism of monopolar IF is they heat our ligament like the reticularis and also the retaining ligament. So in our practice, we will try to focus on the lateral side, lateral to the retaining ligaments, so we can get the very good lifting effect. I use the highest cooling system for the number 7 in some patient. You feel pain?
No.
No, okay, that's good. They have a very good cooling system to protect. And before they emit any energy, they usually measure the impedance. So the very important of impedance measuring is that this is the couple fluid. That's it. So when we got the tightening effect with this machine, we can improve the skin quality also, because monopolar IF will emit the bulk heat of energy, right? So you can get this tightening effect and also skin firming effect. So recently, I found that when we combine the energy-based device, even for the monopolar IF, like tensiomer or extherma, with the exosome, the patient get faster and better. First, improvement of the discomfort after treatment. Mostly, I always use exosome to apply after the treatment, and then use the mask. And then I would like to show you a little bit. I do it just for only 20 shots. You can see the slimmer of the face, tightening effect already. So I will try to focus on the retro side and also tightening the retaining ligament on this area, so the patient can get the better of the improvement. And I try to focus on the nasal level 4 and jaws also, and other eyes hollow also. So let's continue. Are you okay? Okay. Could you because the bed is not that comfortable.
Dr. Superrouge?
You can see how fast. Yes, please.
You can hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. How well do your patients tolerate this? If they were to rate this from a discomfort, how well with the cooling and the heat that you're delivering do they do with this procedure?
From 10, how do you feel pain?
So I can feel mild here, so I would say 2 out of 10.
2 of 10, yes. 2 of 10 only.
Yeah.
Actually, we can increase the energy for the patient, but this is the demonstration. We don't have much time, so I use a little bit low frequency. If you use 2.5, it's very comfortable for the patient.
And what is your average treatment time?
Average treatment time, maybe 30 minutes only. So it's fast. I can say that it's faster than the previous thermal machine, something like that. I found that combination, the tensiomer is most powerful in monopolar device in the market. From my personal experience, I found that it's more powerful than the thermal. And because you can see the larger of the tip surface, you can treat the patient faster and effectively. You can use less of the shot, and there is no time lock. So if some patient want to treat only some areas specifically, like the jaws and submental fat, so we can treat for the patient. I have stamping technique done, and I will use the gliding mode to focus on the nasolabial folds and the jaws.
And what is your endpoint when you're treating each area? What are you looking for to move on?
You can see we do just only few sessions on the temple. You can lift up the eyebrow, as I mentioned to you, that if we target the ligament like this, and for her, just I try to lift this like this. So she have the very beautiful under eye hollows and shaping on this, and also her jaws got improved. I would love to see the immediate collagen contraction. This is initial clue for our treatment plan. How many time do we have? 10 minutes. Okay, let's try to make her get gel and this one.
And how often do you do these procedures? How do you space them?
Naturally, once a year, like 2 months. And I found that I'm collecting the case about the combination of the combination of the raw stem cell direct our ASE plus exosome with the energy-based device like this. That I have maybe next year I can share the result with you. We found the significant improvement of the skin color, skin textures, and wrinkle better than use just only the tenterma alone or exterma alone. And then I will. The cooling system is very good, so the patient, even the energy is very high, and they have the very good impedance matching system, so we can treat the patient very effectively. I would love to focus on the retroral side to lift the ligament on the retroral side. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And there have the pressure sensor system, so you can work it very fast. I usually use the stamping technique first, and then if the patient feel a little bit discomfort, I will change into the gliding technique like this to spread the energy, and I will to focus on these jaws and this non-labile force.
You make it look very easy.
Yep, it's very convenient, not only for the patient but for us as the doctors. And the handpiece is not so heavy like the previous machine.
The average total energy per treatment, could you give us a sense of kind of the amount of energy you're delivering in an average treatment?
Yes, absolutely. At least the total energy will be 80 kilojoules. That is very effective for the treatment. So let's see how it will. Yeah, you see, her eyebrows get lifted. In this case, I would like to lift a little bit. She will look younger. Okay, and this one, the slimmer of the face, her cheek. This one is too, because I love the technique of repositioning of the fat and ligament lifting. Okay, how many time we have?
We have about
5 minutes.
2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes. Okay. So I think it's time for us to use our favorite combination. So after the procedure, I usually combine our favorite product, right? AC plus exosome. We mix together. I think everyone knows about this. So I will use this product here. There are some doctors comment that maybe the heat from the monopolar RF could destroy the exosome. For the fractional RF microneedle, we can use it safely because the time of the emission of energy is quite short. But for the monopolar radiofrequency, maybe you could use the mask first for cool out of the skin, and then you could apply the exosome. This is the Rosenfeld-derived exosome.
And this is the most common way you use it, is topically immediately following the procedure.
Absolutely. And what I do love is I usually use the mask, this one, and then I ask the patient to use the exobalm for 2 weeks for better result of the treatment. Yep. And then one of my favorite, even I always use before the talk, is this AC. Oh, sorry. Okay. How do you feel?
So nice.
So nice.
Feel tightened.
You feel pain?
No, no.
No? Okay. May leave the mask for 10 minutes and 10 to 15 minutes. And as I mentioned to you that what I love with the tensor mask is that they have very big of the face tip fibrillate when compared with another brand is smaller. And you can treat the patient effectively with less shot. And the energy is very powerful, 400 watt, the most powerful in the market right now. And they have the very good skin impedance matching. And so when you emit every shot, you can treat the patient safely and effectively.
Thank you so
Is that-
much.
Thank
perfect.
you.
Thank you. Thank you for a fantastic demonstration. It is so hard to do live, so I always respect, especially he did so well explaining while treating. I know it's extremely difficult. All right, so I get the honor to announce the next speaker. It is Dr. Ali Saeed Alamri. Alamri. Hopefully I didn't butcher them. So he is a highly accomplished dermatologist from Saudi Arabia, head of aesthetics and cosmetic dermatology at the department in Magistry Hospital, international trainer for Botox, filler, and exosomes, and one of the heaviest ASE users in the world.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Thank you, ExoBio, that you all the time brought us to you to share the experience with all doctors from all countries. Actually, I'm happy to be here. This is the 4th, 5 times. And I have used the Ask Exosome when was like baby, and now we are growing and going up. So let's start. Today, you will find my presentation different way. Why? Because in the past year, we are talking about scientific, we are talking about the details, but now we are sure the exosomes can work if we have a real exosome. In the beginning of our medical school, we thought the exosome is only trash car that take the waste from the nucleus and throw it out. But with the time and with the ExoBio assistant, we find different because we ask all those questions from, we ask the ExoBio for those questions and they answer that perfectly. And during that, they build a real generation of exosome. So even you have to ask yourself all the time for other companies as well those questions. If you pass over all those questions, you will be sure that you are using the right exosome. So the important thing, even that they did excellent preparation with 2 stages or 2, can we say, purification and filtration. So we are sure it's a pure exosome and we are taking care of our patient and treat them in proper way. So Ask Exosome, it's become the golden truck or money truck and also ambulance to repair the skin and even the dermatological disease. I have used a lot, more than 8,005 files and a lot of patients. So at the beginning, I tried to use the exosome only for the normal indication. So as you see here, a lot of indication for androgenic alopecia, male pattern and female pattern. I use it for lichen planus, pilopilaris. I use it for tractional alopecia. I use it also for telogen effluvium. And with those 100 of cases, I would like to find more. So I use it even for the scars. I love scars, so I treat thousands of patients with Ask Exosome with different scar indication for both surgical indication, I mean scars, and even for different type of scars with pigmented scar. And also fresh scar, traumatic scar. And even here, as you see here, this type of scar is very difficult to be treated. It's like the stretch mark, and even it's hyperpigmented. So I get excellent result with assistant drug delivery with CO2 laser or microneedling radiofrequency. At the beginning, I have used it even with microinjection. They told me, yeah, maybe it's dangerous. I use it even topical or microneedling radiofrequency, I get the same result. So we are talking about a good material. So with time, I use it even with acne scar and also active acne. With active acne, I find the active acne is resolved, and even the scars that left, it's better than if we use systemic treatment like Rakutan or isotretinoin. So I have used it in the last time even for open wound as the file of ASCII, and we are lucky that the ExoBio produced the ExoBalm, so I use it add-on with the as topical treatment or topical exosome, and I find the result very fast with good scar healing. I use it also for the old burn hypertrophic scar combination with the Kinecort. So after that, I started to produce or trying to solve a new indication, like what you see here. Last year, I presented those cases with this patient in the first photo. You can see it here. I didn't do the Bionterus working. Yeah, here, for example, Dress syndrome, and the patient was scary from the scars. I used the topical application, and this is the result after discharge from the hospital. I use here for the vitiligo, and we're starting next year. Mr. Byung know that we will start a group research about use of exosome in vitiligo. So most welcome for any of you that can join our team. I use also the ASCII exosome with CO2 laser for leishmaniasis here. This patient also for alopecia areata. This patient for the discoid lupus erythematosus here. And Bioderma gangrenosum. It's a difficult disease to be treated, but with the exosome, we can find excellent result in short time. So, last year, I talked about one of my patients. I didn't know somebody was with us here, but I talked about him that he is lazy to use the medication. So I forced him to use the ASCII exosome here every 1 month for 6 months, and the result after that has become like that. And at the end, I told them that lazy patient that am I. So I used that, and after that, I stopped use of the ASCII exosome for 1 year, and it's still the result like that. So it's mean the regenerative medicine, it's not temporary treatment, but it can continue for a long time. Good. Now the new indication that I find, and this is the first case in the world to treat psoriasis in the nails. This patient was also not cooperative with medication, so I trying to treat him with the CO2 laser and ASCII face, and after that I asked him to use at home the ExoBalm. So this is my methodology. I use the ASCII, the CO2 laser in the not only in the nail itself, but also in the nail bits, and occlusive application with the ExoBalm. And this is the result after 5 sessions. So completely resolved. And this is the other hand. Other case also, so you can see here before and after. This case also, she has this complaint since about 5 years, and I use the same treatment protocol, and you can see the stages for improvement, and the end result is almost gone. So before and after. This patient has also insect bite, and it's become, after histopathology, leishmaniasis. It's a baby, and it has huge bone and recurrent of infection. And I use the CO2 laser with the ASCII face and ExoBalm at home. And with time, actually, the healing, it's become closure, and this is the end result. Good. This is a new indication that I have it, and you know the hidradenitis suppurativa. It's difficult disease to be treated, and sometimes we have to give the patient long period of the immunological therapy. This patient, she came to my clinic, and she told me, I have pain, and I can't tolerate. I put in my mind, exosome can help. It's anti-inflammatory. So I inject her with micro-injection. It's only 2 mm inside the abscess, and After that, after 1 week, she came with this improvement. So we have to put in our mind a new indication as well. Good. Open wound. After mastopexy, I didn't ask the patient to go at home and stay for dressing 1 month, 2 months. I started to apply the ASCII exosome, and after that, ask the patient to use Exobalm, and this is the result. I need only 1 minute. Okay, please. So open wound again, and this patient, she has also hypopigmented scar. I use ASCII hair to activate the melanocyte, and you can see with CO2 laser, and you can see the result. Good. Diabetic foot. Also, this patient has uncontrolled diabetes, and with Exobalm and CO2 laser and ASCII face, you can see the improvement. Ashy dermatitis, the same protocol. You can see the improvement between the different photos. This is the other leg, and before and after, before and after. And this case is the breast scars. The same protocol, you can see the improvement, completely resolve, and the hair regrow again. Hypertrophic scar, before and after. Necrosis. I treat the patient. She was admitted for the skin transplantation, but I can treat her with CO2 laser and ASCII exosome. Thank you so much.
Okay, it's not a fun job to interrupt such amazing slides. Please leave questions, maybe even where we can see some of these after, because they're so good. So I have, oh, look who it is. We get the opportunity to meet Dr. Superuj in person now. So I will just turn the time directly over.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. It's really my honor to share with you about what we have done and what we are going to do is our to show you, for your practice. First, exosome and XSCAR, we have published the result that exosomes significantly shorten the downtime for the acne scar treatment. After the fractional picosecond laser, I used the very high fluent. The result of acne scar treatment is very good, but the downtime. So when we use the exosome with our exosome, this is without, and we significantly decrease the downtime. And the more session of the treatment with the exosome, the patient get better improvement in the skin quality. So we have the evidence that they significantly decrease the downtime. How about does the exosome improve the acne scar treatment quality when combined with the fractional picosecond laser whole face? And I completely random the patient to got the rose stem cell derived exosome. What we found at that, as you know, they significantly decrease the downtime from the day one compared to the general moisturizer, significantly decrease. And this is the example, significantly decrease the redness after the treatment with fractional picosecond laser high fluence. And how about the acne scar improvement? We found that the rose stem cell exosome ASCII significantly decreased the acne scar volume when compared to the general moisturizer. So I think this is a very good combination in our practice that we can significantly decrease the downtime and improve the acne scar treatment efficacy. And how about hypertrophic scar and keloid? I performed the split lesion study to see fractional CO2, the whole scar, and splitly. One side, we received the rose stem cell derived exosome treatment. This is the fractional CO2 alone, the upper side, and the lower panel is fractional CO2 with the exosome for 3 sessions. What we get is that the site treated with the fractional CO2 and ASCII exosome show the significantly decrease in the fall from intra 3D analysis. This is another, you can see fractional CO2 and rose stem cell derived exosome shows better improvement in the scar site and the VAS score also. And how about exosome and hair regrowth? I'll show you maybe last 2 years already about this very simple method using low stem cell derived exosome with very simple method, electroporation. You can promote the hair regrowth even for 2 or 3 sessions. No medication, no needle, something like that. And what I'd like to share with you is that this is the follow-up of 5 years after the last treatment. What we see is that we still got the hair regrowth efficacy. So this is the, I think it's 5 year follow-up already. And how about the exosome and gray hair repigmentation. Me with Dr. Patrick Wong, with Dr. Elena and Dr. Lemes from Brazil have the result. Hair repigmentation outcome in the patient with hair graying treated with exosome therapy. This is cross-sectional observational study. So we would like to evaluate the clinical repigmentation outcome after the exosome-based therapy from in the patient with gray or white hair. So this is the cross-sectional study. This is the major treatment outcome. We're gonna publish, I think, in this coming week. The onset of efficacy, you will see the visible repigmentation after 2 or 3 treatment sessions only, and the visible repigmentation sustained after 5 to 8 months after the last treatment, and the result of mean hair gray repigmentation is quite high. Almost 3 out of 4. So I think the efficacy is quite good, and the response rate is quite high. Not only hair graying treatment, but you will get the hair regrow efficacy also. With the hair regrow score is quite high also and very safe. This is from the wonderful cases from Dr. Chu from Taiwan. She used the Just Pro device with the exosome. So with every 1 month for 6 sessions. This is the result, and this is what the full examination show the color change from the white hair to the yellow and brown hair. This is another case, and you can observe from this very interesting dermoscopic examination, the early repigmentation is evident by the brackish and linear black granule within the hair shaft. I love this photo so much. And this is from Dr. Lemes from Brazil. She used the fractional thulium laser. This is her technique also. And then apply our green ASE exosome. And this is my cases. I used the 6 session of fractional pico second laser 1064 and then apply the exosome. You can see not only for the hair repigmentation, but the patient get thicker and blacker hair. This is the technique using fractional pico second laser in combination with the raw stem cell derived exosome. Another case is from Patrick Huang, Dr. Patrick Huang, my friend from Taiwan. He used the fractional RF microneedle, and we can get the very good result only after 2 sessions of the treatment. Another case is from Dr. Patrick, and also our gorgeous Dr. Elena. Dr. Elena used the microneedling technique, 1.0 millimeters. This case, around 4 sessions, he get hair regrow and hair repigmentation with this technique. And this case is very interesting because the younger patient, she's only for 2 sessions. He get very good result of this one, and this is her technique. Maybe I don't have enough time for this. So then we have to try to find any correlation for the better response in the hair graying response. We found that shorter gray hair duration and moderate baseline hair graying show the better response. It makes sense because the more of the melanocyte stem cell niche are still intact, so it's better to respond well with the exosome treatment. And what makes us so a little bit confused at the first is that presence of AGA show the higher response. Maybe first our study sample is a little bit small, and the theory that could explain is that in the AGA, the melanocyte stem cell niche was suppressed by the microinflammation than dihydrotestosterone. So that makes the melanocyte stem cell niche are still intact, and it will be easier to be respond to exosome that will modulate the microenvironment of the stem cell, melanocyte stem cell niche. So you can get both of the repigmentation and hair regrow efficacy also. So the last slide from my presentation, it's my honor to share with you about the role of the raw stem cell derived exosome have the very potential role and effectively in the treatment of acne scar, hypertrophic scar, keloid, and also, last but not least, hair graying. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was amazing. I keep thinking all the things that I can do better now. It's so good. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Next, we'll have Dr. Ilaria Porrietti, a dermatologist in Florini Hospital, specialist, aesthetic medicine, laser therapy, clinical oncology, and pediatric dermatology. Author of more than 80 publications on journals and wrote several books. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind presentation, and it's an honor for me to share my experience with exosome, especially in pigmentation, because in my opinion, exosomes are really game changer in this topic. Melasma is common, and especially in dark phototype. And in this chart, you can see the complex mechanism and the pathophysiology of this skin condition. Not also UV rays and melanocyte, but you must see the role of inflammation and gene expression. Treatment is difficult due to high recurrence rates and limited efficacy of current options. Chemical pills, laser therapy, or topical agents have limitation, especially for risk of post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation, especially in dark phototypes. Microneedling is used during this year because it promotes collagen production and melanin elimination, safe for darker phototype, but enhances transcutaneous penetration of topical agents such as exosomes. In this place are present some of authors of study of exosomes in melasma. And in laboratory, we can see as exosomes works by regulation of gene involved in melanin production. This is my study. The aim of the study was assess the efficacy and safety of Rosa damascena exosomes combined with microneedling in treating facial melasma. We enrolled in my university 20 subjects, for men also, with Fitzpatrick skin types from 1 to 3 common in my country, Italy. My protocol was 4 to 5 sessions of microneedling with 1.5 millimeter needles, immediate topical application of the Rosa damascena exosomes, and sessions were conducted every 4 weeks. Evaluation tools were MMASI and GUIS. This is the characteristics of populations, and we can see that 90 of subjects showed significant improvement and transition of severity from moderate to mild and from severe to moderate. Only 10% exhibited no change. This is a patient that we can find in the publication. She is a dark phototype, and the efficacy of this treatment after 5 sessions without any treatment at home. And this is morphometric analysis by vector analysis. This is the results, guys. Improvement observed in 19%, marked mild improvement, and tolerability, side effects, mild erythema and burning, but no severe adverse reactions. This study has a limitation because this is a small sample size, lack of control arm, but the journal was very interesting to this study. And last year I published this study on this paper, Applied Science, and you can read the paper at this QR code. But exosome is important to improving pigmentation also in other indication because could regulate not also melanin but also keratinocyte and fibroblast. And This is a patient with photoaging. I treat these patients during the summer, and after 1 month, we can see after one session of exosome plasma microneedling the results and the morphometric evaluation. This is a patient with melasma, but also inflammatory skin conditions such as acne. And after 1 month, you can see these results. I try to apply exosome after neodymium laser in melasma and post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation of these patients. This is the results. Exosome is safe and effective for melasma treatment, but also for photoaging and post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation. I am a dermatologist and I use exosome also beyond beauty, also in pathologic skin condition. And now we are studying exosome also in psoriasis. But now we have a really game changer in this topic. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, thank you. Next, we'll have Dr. Patrick Po-Han Huang, a dermatologist from Taiwan. He is one of the pioneers in expanding the roles of dermatologists in Asia. He established the Taiwanese Dermatology Aesthetic Conference and I'll just turn it over to you.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patrick Huang. Thank you so much for your nice introduction. I'm a practicing dermatologist based in Taiwan. I'll be sharing some early results from our split phase study on skin quality change after needling RF, both with and without a plant-derived exosome treatment over 6 months. The goal of our study was quite simple. We wanted to see whether applying exosome right after a needling RF could actually enhance the treatment results. So we designed a split phase study, one side treated with needling RF alone, and the other side with needling RF followed by exosome application. We treated 6 patients and followed them for 6 months. So at every visit, we took 2D and 3D photos to document their progress. Nothing special here, so it's just the routine process, so I will skip it. We follow each patient at baseline and again at weeks 4, 12, and 24 after final treatment. The 3D images were analyzed with sculpture for more objective measurement. A coin toss was used to randomly determine which side of the face would receive exosome after needle rethecancy. So let's take a look at the participant to see how the wrinkles, textures, and pores have changed. I was the first participant myself. I received a slightly unique way. During the first session, exosome was applied only on the selected area, shown here in light blue, light purple. Here are the before and after of the first treatment. If you look at the exosome-treated area, you can start to see the exosome effect becoming clear by the 2nd month. So we did another session and applied exosome only on the left side of the face. So the results were quite surprising on the left upper mid-face. At 6 months, the result looked pretty similar to the 3 months follow-up, just with slightly bigger under eye bag, which echo the previous presentation. The 2 different ways of applying the exosome led to different results in the 3D analysis. From the 3D analysis, we found that the patient who received exosome application twice showed the best and the most durable wrinkle reduction, about a 59% decrease, even after 6 months. So their skin texture improved peak at 3 months with a 41% gain, and pore size reduction reached about 51%. So if you look at only at pores, it might seem that neutering RF alone is already enough. About 44% improvement at 3 months and around 30% at 6 months. So just doing neutering frequency alone might look fine. But when exosomes were added in the second session, the pores improved faster within a month, and the result lasted longer, and about 38% improvement still visible at 6 months. So comparing the 2D and 3D image, you can see the blue area showing lifted skin and the yellow area showing depression. The blue and purple zones match closely, indicating the exosome noticeably improved the facial contour. I don't think exosome application will change the contours dramatically. However, as it prolongs skin rejuvenation, it gradually transforms the dermis into a fully regenerated state. So this 44-year-old female received combined therapy on the right side of her face, and she is the youngest participant in this clinical observation. So on the exosome-treated side, the change wasn't the biggest, but it lasted longest. Wrinkle at 3 months, skin texture at 6 months. For pores, the exosome side stayed stable. But on the non-exosome side, showed a slightly larger improvement. It made me wonder, how do exosomes affect sebaceous gland, and why do younger patients sometimes show better pores result without them? Neutering frequency is well known for its effectiveness in treating acne scar and larger pores, but is the additional effect of the exosome necessary when addressing this concern? After the first treatment session, both sides appear to improve almost equally. However, 6 months later, the right side, when neutering frequency alongside, shows notably better result. Interestingly, on the side without exosome, the overall change and the improvement were actually greater, even at around 6 months. So the exosome-treated side showed stable, mild improvement in wrinkle and a sudden improvement in pores at that point. But overall, in this kind of patient, it seems that using neutering frequency alone might actually work better. In this similar case, the participant also had pores and acne scar. The difference between radiofrequency frequency alone and the neutering frequency with exosome was similar. So only skin texture seems a bit more stable with exosomes. So in these two cases, we see a paradoxical finding. Neutering frequency alone effectively reduced sebaceous gland volume, yet the area treated with exosome shows less improvement in pores. This suggests that the exosome might activate sebocyte under certain conditions. And recent study shows that ADSC-derived exosome can stimulate sebocyte activity through the spatial pathway, increasing lipid production. So while this helps wound healing, it may also raise sebum output in some skin type. So although exosomes are regenerative, they might also reduce pore tightening effect in patients with naturally oily skin. And more research is needed to understand how exosome modulates sebaceous gland during energy-based treatment like neutering frequency. Last but not least, when the participant has perfect skin, that is my wife, Michelle, I have done a few aesthetic procedures for her from time to time. For participants with good baseline skin, exosome did bring a quicker improvement in wrinkles. But unlike those with poor skin quality, the effect was short-lived, and their skin soon returned to its already decent condition. So then the same goes for skin texture and pores, and the difference between using or not using exosome was minimal. My conclusion is exosome application enhanced wrinkle and pore improvement when combined with neutering frequency. The dual treatment group, 2 sessions with exosome, achieved the most stable and long-lasting result. In younger or good skin participants, improvements were faster but less sustained. And neutering frequency alone still produced meaningful and durable change, especially for pores. Overall, exosome appeared to accelerate wrinkle reduction, enhance skin texture in all patients, while further improved pore size in more aged skin when combined with near-limb frequency. This is mine. So thank you so much for your attention today. I hope this presentation has provided valuable insight into potential use of the exosome in regenerative medicine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, next we'll have Ms. Nilam Holmes. Nilam Holmes is an internationally renowned beauty and skin specialist, also effectively known as the Eyebrow Queen. She is the owner of the renowned Results Clinic Dermaspa, which offers a range of extensive non-invasive treatments. Her career spans more than 30 years working with leading professionals in the beauty and aesthetic industry here and around the world. Her clients are a high-profile clientele, including Hollywood stars. And I'm a little suspicious. It doesn't seem like she could have worked for 30 years already.
I'm 54 now, so definitely been in around a while. Excuse me, everybody, I did lose my voice a couple of days ago. It didn't make its return for today. But, right, so yeah, as I was introduced, I'm Nilam Holmes, and I'm a skin specialist from the UK. I've been in the industry 34 years, and I specialise in high-profile red carpet preparation. The way I work is I deliver bespoke treatments, combination treatments using laser and energy devices with a little bit of holistic touch thrown in. So, what is the meaning of red carpet preparation? So I've been doing this a long time. Years ago, it would mean a facial or a peel maybe a week before, and then a facial the night before or the day of the carpet. Nowadays, there's a red carpet every week, 2-3 times a week for clients to go to. And also they have to continue their filming schedules during that time. So what clients are looking for now is treatments. They want effective, transformative treatments, but with no downtime, which is where exosomes have been great for us. With cameras at every angle, everybody is under so much pressure to look perfect. You know, before they would have control and be able to edit photographs before they were published. Now everybody has a camera in their face within yards of them. And with so many events, as I mentioned, so many people have very little or no downtime. So these are some of the clients that I prep. I do a lot of editorial preparation, but that can take weeks in advance. I do a lot of global pop-ups for different award seasons and events, and I often pop up with a micro clinic at different movie sets or TV studios. So with the preparation process, I always make a short and long-term plan for my clients. Usually I like to work with a 3-month lead time if it's something like the Oscars. So I can do all of the more invasive treatments 3 months in advance that are going to need that time for their results to show. But often I'll get my clients in either weekly or maybe every 3 weeks for treatments so that their results are progressive. And then the last treatment nowadays can often be 6 hours before the red carpet. And a facial nowadays, it isn't really just a fluffy hands-on facial. They want their peels, they want their radio frequency tightening. So, you know, we have like the soothing gel mask. That's been a real game changer for me on the day. So I often work with a combination of treatments, looking at the different layers of the face. And because everyone wants to look lifted, tight, firm, you know, they want the good skin texture, and most importantly for the day, they want the glow. These are the kind of brands that I work with. It's been a little bit distorted, I think, from my presentation there, but I use a lot of minimally invasive and non-invasive devices. So using ExoBio exosomes, I've used them since they were introduced into the UK. I use both the face and the hair ones. I use them to enhance my treatment results. It significantly reduces the downtime for my clients, which is so important for red carpet preparation. It's excellent for limiting complications. So you can imagine working on high-profile clients. There's always that risk of something going wrong and us needing to fix it. But it has also been a must-have for managing complications that happen. So I've got a couple of clients that have allowed me to share their transformations today. If we cannot take photographs of these or put them out on any social media, I don't want their management coming back to us and trying to charge us money for their photographs. So, my presentation has lost its pictures. Well, we had a lovely picture of, I'm sorry, let's see where it's gone. Okay, well, we had a nice picture of Pedro Pascal, who is a dear client and friend of mine. And I don't know where that is, guys. I don't know if you can get any technical help for that. Sorry. Well, anyway, you can have a look at them later. So Pedro, without the photograph, you can't really see. He underwent quite a nice transformation. We had about 6 months of treatments, just once a month, doing things like the M-phase, ultraformer, microneedling, exosomes, and we got through him filming 2 movies and got to an end point where he looked quite different without any downtime. Sorry, that's just thrown me. I'm not the best public speaker. But then there's a picture of another young actor I work with who was very kind to let us show his photograph. This isn't it. But he had a nice transformation over 6 months. We did treatments every 1 to 4 weeks, just combining lots of different treatments. But again, with these guys, they always want their treatments done, but they don't want any downtime. So going on to this case study of mine. This is a client. She came in. She'd been having lots of different treatments for acne scarring. This is one of my most difficult things when I'm dealing with red carpet preparation, is active acne. And because obviously these clients are in makeup all the time, and it's very hard to cover. So this client came in. I'd put the exosomes on, took the photograph. This is her 4 weeks later. This is a young client of mine. She was too young for microneedling. Her mum was a great client of mine for 30 years. She asked if I could help her. We used a low-level diode laser and topically applied the exosomes. And within 2 sessions, 2 weeks apart, you can see a great improvement in the active pustules that she had. So I also get a large percentage, a lot of my clients are men, and they don't have problems with their hair as such, but they all want to prevent hair loss. And with my female clients who are high profile, they're always on the red carpet with these, super tight, high ponytails, and they're coming back on hair extensions, coming back with this traction alopecia. So we've been treating a lot of clients with the exosomes for their scalp health in general and to prevent hair loss. And what we're noticing is the hair's coming back darker. And my history back in the day was to actually micropigment eyebrows and lash liners. So just as an experiment, we've been not tattooing in exosomes, but we've microneedled in using a micropigmentation machine across the lash line, and we've noticed an increase with the hair growth using the exosomes and also with the eyebrows. So with the home care solutions, I had the privilege to try some of these out for the last few months. I've been using the calming ampules. I had 3 case studies, one with acne, one with melasma, and one with rosacea. And all of them reported a reduction in their conditions and a calming of their skin, super comfortable, no increase in any of their new flare-ups with their conditions. The calming ampule is a great product for clients to take home and continue use. We have the aftercare cream. This has been great because clients have actually got something now where the Exo Balm was very expensive for them to use, which was fine with my superstars, but my general everyday clients were finding it a little bit pricey. And also because with the Exo Balm, it needs to be used quickly, within a few weeks. The new moisturizer has been a bit, of a relief for my clients to be able to use that and more cost effective for them. And what I am finding is it minimizes the PIH. Okay, I had a nice laser burn to show you. I think my presentation's gone a little bit skew-whiff, so without those pictures, I can't take you through that case study. So I think I'm going to have to call it a day there, I'm afraid.
Okay. Maybe we'll follow up in questions after.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, so please submit any last-minute questions you have. I'm going to read them off, and then the speakers, if we want to grab the mics and can answer them for the audience. While I'm waiting for the questions to be collected, if somebody has a question that they want to yell out, I can hear, I'll restate it, and we can move through. All right, to Dr. Superuj. Can exosomes be used in conjunction with an erbium laser? Apply exosomes to skin and then treat the skin with the erbium laser after?
Actually, we usually perform the laser or any almost procedure microneedle, RF microneedle, fractional laser, almost CO2, erbium glass, thulium before to create the laser assisted drug delivery to create the channel and then apply it for that. Yeah.
Thank you. Next question for Dr. Ali Saeed. Can you see the same results in your presentation if you only use exosomes and microneedling with no other available technology?
Actually, we need, all the time, we need a channel to build the way to reach to the subcutaneous or deep dermis, I'm sorry. So typically, it can work, but we need to use simple. You can use derma roller. I think it's available everywhere, or dermabin. You'll get the same result. Regarding the open wound, I prefer to apply it topically and occlusive, send the patient at home. Regarding the vitiligo, I prefer to use it with the derma stamp. I don't like to use a lot of energy because of the Koebner phenomena.
Thank you, thank you. To Dr. Ilaria Orietti. There you are. How about the absorption? Do you believe that we get absorption if we topically apply exosomes after the treatment of therapy?
Can you repeat?
Yes. Do you believe that we can apply the exosomes topically after therapy?
Yes. In my opinion, his efficacy is also in this condition. And I can't wait to use new home devices for treating melasma at home because, in my opinion, after an office procedure, it's important at home procedure.
Thank you, thank you. And then a quick question, one more question for Dr. Patrick. Just can you please share the scale that you use to measure and quantify your results?
Okay, I use Sculptor, which is part of the Vectra 3D camera. So you can purchase online, and then they will upgrade your Vectra software. And this is a way, there are two-way measurement. The first one is absolute value. So you can use that one because this another one you can categorize the severity. Especially I do the split phase. So the split phase actually the severity is not meaningful. So I use the absolute value. So I just measure the difference. So that can be reliable.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I want to thank all of the incredible speakers who've shared so many incredible results with us. Can we give them one more round of applause?
Should go? Okay. So let's go, all of us, back to the room. I hope you had a very nice break, and let's get tuned now to more interesting things. Especially we have RF microneedling with sulfur max and exosomes. So please, everyone, come into the room. We have more interesting cases. I think everybody's for coffee. What can I say? Okay, we'll give them 1 minute. 1 minute. I'm counting. I'm counting.
Hello? Okay, perfect.
Okay, I think I will be starting then. So it's a great honor to introduce the third part that, of course, it has hands-on. And I will be introducing Dr. Daniel Boro. He's coming all the way through from beautiful Brazil. He's a professor at the Institute of Boggio. Please welcome Dr. Daniel Boro. He's going to talk about the breaking boundaries in RF microneedling, versatility, and efficiency in results.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Look at this patient. When we analyze her case, we can see some points that require a special attention. There are clear priorities when treating. And what would those be? I'm Daniel Boro, I'm a plastic surgeon from Brazil, and today I'll talk about the breaking boundaries in microneedling radiofrequency. And when we analyze her case and we do the assessment, the first step of assessment is about the skin quality. And immediately, I can see her melasma. And we can see that and her melasma has a deep and superficial component. When we move down to her lower third, we can see that she have lost her jawline contour, her jawline definition, due to the laxity skin. Her jaw region is more evident, and not about the fat component. It's about the redundance of the skin due to laxity skin. So I have two main points to treat. To control the melasma, so pigmentation, because this is an inflammatory disease, and to treat the laxity skin, to induce a collagen stimulation. And what is the best treatment to treat these two concerns? For this question, I will present for you the Silfirmax. Silfirmax is a microneedling radiofrequency device that has a non-insulated needles and deliver the energy with a Na effect. Na effect deliver the energy, the radiofrequency, with the drop-shaped pattern. So we protection the superficial layers. So protection the complications, like hyperpigmentation. I can treat with Silfirmax a superficial plan like 0.3 millimeters epidermis or papillary dermis, and 4 millimeters when I achieve the superficial subcutaneous tissue. But before we dive into the Silfirmax world, we have to remember the many concepts of the skin. And the first concept is about the thickness of the skin. As many studies show for us that the thickness of the skin in different areas of the face not exceed to 2.4, 2.5 millimeters. So if we can treat the skin, we have to choose the depth smaller than 2.4 millimeters. If I choose others, we can achieve the superficial subcutaneous. So, understand this, let's to understand the technology. And the major advantage that Silfirmax is that is a microneedling radiofrequency that has a dual wave, continuous and pulsed. And these two waves has different types of these waves. And this difference between like a duration of the radiofrequency in the time, the duration of the radiofrequency in contact with the skin. And when we choose the continuous wave, I react at temperature 55, 60 degrees in tissue. But when I use the pulsed wave, I achieve 42, 45 degrees. But I'm respecting the thermal recovery time of the tissue when I choose the pulsed wave. And this is so important when I have the patient that has an inflammatory disease such as melasma, rosacea, activity acne. So we have to respect this time to create a control environment. And this time off in the pulse wave respect the 10 milliseconds in the 4 different types of the pulse wave. Another difference is that Silfirmax is a bipolar radiofrequency, and the positive and negative pulse are in the tip of the needles. So I create a field energy in the depth that I choose. I protection a superficialized dispersion of the energy. So understand the technology, understand the thickness of the skin, let's to treat our patient. And I started her treatment with a facial treatment. And I have to control her melasma and treat her laxity skin. What is the pulsed or continuous wave that I have to choose? I have to choose a pulsed to respect the thermal recovery time. Because of that, I started her treatment with PW2 level 6, 2.4 millimeters of depth, because I want to treat the deep component of her melasma. Then a second pass, PW2 level 4, 2.0 millimeters. Then a third pass, PW1 level 3, 1.6 millimeters. And in last one, I treated her forehead region because I like more treat with microneedling radio frequency, the forehead region, only the superficial plan. And I treated with a 0.7 millimeters. Then I treat her neck region. And I don't have inflammatory disease in neck. So I can use the continuous wave to create a more tightening, to treat her laxity skin. So I started her treatment in the neck with CW2 level 6, 1.8 millimeters, then a CW1 level 4, 1.4 millimeters, and then CW1 level 3, 0.8 millimeters. And pay attention. I started her treatment, her neck treatment, with a 1.8 millimeters because the neck skin is thinner than facial skin. So if I choose others deeper depth, we can achieve the superficial subcutaneous tissue, and we can create a more severe laxity skin in the neck. So we have to do a precise treatment. After her treatment, I used ExoGMP, 3 ml in total in the neck and the facial treatment. And I have this result after 45 days. We can see more control, her melasma is more controlled, and I improved her jawline definition. I improved her jawline contour. But I don't stop in this time. In this time, I did another second session with the same combination, Sulfur Max with ExoGMP in the same parameters, and I have this result after 45 days of the second session. We control more her melasma. I improve more her jawline contour. But when we analyze before and after, I create an elegant result because I did a correct diagnosis and I choose the correct treatment. And the best results are achieved by selecting the most appropriate treatment for each patient. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the wonderful results. Thank you. So now we're going into the live demo with Dr. Suparuth, who is an amazing doctor from Thailand and inspiration for me for my daily clinical research. So Dr. Suparuth, you're ready? So he's going to show to us our microneedling with Sulfur Max. You're ready?
Hello,
we are
everyone,
ready for
again. Yes, thank you so much. So I would like to share that this is my perfect combination in my practice. I usually combine the Sulfur X with the AC plus exosome, so you can get the very good effect. Could you focus on the machine? Okay, on the machine. So what makes Sulfur X Plus unique is only few microneedle RF in the market have the pulse wave mode, as Professor Borrow mentioned. So you can treat melasma, pigment, and sensitive skin with this machine. So I would like to share with you about this. So you can see. They gently emit the needle, so the patient will not feel so much pain, and you can see the energy. Right, this is the pulse wave mode. So you can treat pigment, acne, and also the hair loss with this condition. So back to our beautiful patient. To the patient, please. So, and actually, I plan to share with you about our research by, not our research, by the Professor Niwat from Thailand. He developed the new parameters for the Southeast Asian skin. By the way, let me share with you. So we combine the technique using the CW1, this is continuous mode to improve the very skin condition, 0.5 millimeters, level 3 to 4 only. And then in combination with the PW2 mode that target the energy will target to the basement membrane and decrease the pigmentary production and increase the fibroblast production and also improve the basement membrane structure strength. Let me begin with the continuous mode. This one is CW1 0.5 millimeter and the energy level is only 4. She's very beautiful. Are you okay? Let me start. Let's try. 1, 2, 3. Feel pain? No. Yeah, that's good. So you can treat the patient very effectively in both skin rejuvenation condition. She have some of the pigmentary problems, so we can use both of the technique.
And Raj, she's skin type 1 or 2, but do you treat the same protocol with skin type 3 and 4?
Actually, we have, for the skin type 1 and 2, I think we can use more energy for sure. Yes. So
I agree.
And we have a big problem for the skin type 3 to 4 in our Southeast Asian country. So we always have the problem with melasma and pigmentary hyperpigmentation. So it's quite difficult for us to find a very good machine. So I found that Silphem X, you can treat from the scar, skin rejuvenation, skin tightening with this machine. And what makes Silphem X very unique is that they are the first machine that had the power wave mode of the fractional RF microneedle. So you can treat almost all the skin conditions. Sorry for the hair acne. So this can improve the acne also. And we can treat the melasma with the Silphem X Plus also. Even the patient have the telangiectatic melasma, mixed type melasma and skin damage, we can treat effectively with the melasma. So this I finished the first session with CW1 mode, and then I will follow with the PW2. That is a power wave mode, the PW2.
Yes, can you take us through a little bit about this protocol, the PW? So this is more advanced
PW2.
energy? Yeah. Perfect.
And the depth of the needle is 0.5.
Is
and
0.5.
the power level
We stay
4.
on level 4. Okay.
3 to 4. Depend on the patient's skin reaction. If use 4 and the patient develop the redness, we can decrease into the 3 or 2. This is very, we call it skin rehabilitation protocol. Use the needle, and the best combination is you should combine with the exosome to create the channel by the needle RF, and then you combine with the raw stem cell derived exosome, you will get a very good result. Pigment, skin texture, as Professor Barbaro shows the wonderful result already. Next will be PW mode, okay?
And I like what you said about applying first the soothing gel mask and then the exosomes. Are you going to be doing this also here? So this is your unique protocol, calming down the skin first?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen any irritation when you're applying the mask in the RF microneedling devices or any device you use?
Rarely. Maybe I always use the high fluence of the energy, so the patient will have the redness of the face. I think the more inflamed you get, the more result of the calming of the exosome you will get from the result. So I cannot remember any side effect like irritation from the patient treated with the combination with the raw stem cell.
And you go also close to the periorbital area with this particular protocol?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
actually, because this is bipolar IF microneedle, so we can treat the eyebrows, almost all the eyes area. Okay. And what I love to treat again is about the hair. So we can use the CW1 mode and very low fluence, 0.5 to 0.6 with the level of, we don't want to create any scar from the device. So I will treat with this one, okay?
I like that.
I love to treat.
So let's see some
We love
hair.
to treat, right?
Okay. So this is the one published also recently by a US team. So very
You
nice
feel pain?
results.
No pain at all.
No.
Yeah, so I cannot see any discomfort to the patient. You're very gentle.
Previously, I think that we use a little bit high power and needle depth is maybe up to 1.5. I think this is too much for the treatment for the hair loss. We just need 0.5, 0.8, right? Elena, what depth do you use for this condition?
I usually use Morpheus 8 because this is what I have in my clinics, both in Dubai and Athens, and I go up to 1 millimeter, but very low energy per pin.
Energy,
so,
right,
because you
yeah.
use power. I use energy per pin. So I use actually the same, but I have 2 passes. And yes, I don't see any discomfort from my patients. Very beautiful results, longevity of the results. And you know, we have this beautiful study together that we are comparing it with microneedling.
Okay, and then after we finish the process of the treatment, we will, and our favorite, the blue one for the face and the green one for the hair, right?
Fantastic.
So you can treat both. You can see a little bit lifting from the collagen contraction, and then I will apply the exosome, our
Fantastic.
ASCII.
And I saw that you have also a device like a red light that it touches the exosomes as you are applying them on the hair. You know that as you did with the fractional pickup for your poliosis case. Are you doing the same with the RF microneedling with Sulfur Max? When you apply the exosomes, you use this beautiful red LED light device that is very targeted to the scalp.
Yes, absolutely. I think the combination would you can add like low-level laser therapy. It also helped. And sometimes, if the patient have time, I use the shower cap to cover for 10 minutes to increase the absorption. Or if you have the ultrasound device or electroporation device, increase the absorption for the scalp would yield a very good result also.
Fantastic.
And then just a tiny massage, something like that. Ask your the staff to help massage. The patient will love it so much. You like it?
What are your indications after the treatment? Do you allow them to wash the hair? Do you tell them to use any lotions? Is there any contraindications after both the face and the hair treatments that you would like to suggest to the patient or to us as clinicians?
12 hours. Maybe you can wash your hair tomorrow.
Okay, perfect.
Tomorrow
I
morning,
agree.
something like that. And I ask the patient to have the hair wash in the morning before come to the clinic. And then we use the antiseptics.
And for the face, you use Exobalm, yeah?
Absolutely. After this, I usually apply the ASCII first, and then use the mask and follow by the Exobalm. And what interests me a lot is that they have the green Exobalm for the hair.
Yes.
I'm gonna try it.
Yes, I'm so looking forward.
I just heard that, Exobalm for the is more jelly formula. Yep. So I think it's good combination, the perfect combination for this machine. RF microneedle, Silverm X Plus, and Exosome, ASCII, and Exobalm.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Raz. Thank you. You're amazing, and we are in time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Beautiful, wonderful. So we're moving, and we are on time. We're moving to the next speaker. So Dr. Viral Ramesh, all the way from India. And I'm so delighted to introduce him. He has a big expertise on hair. He's going to talk to us about a 150-patient study on rose stem cell-derived exosomes and his unique technique, the DHI Clinic founder and CEO. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. First of all, it's absolutely a pleasure to be here. Thank you, ExoGMP. Thank you, leader. I have been using exosomes in my practice for around 5 years. I have been into practice for 25 years. Like mentioned earlier, doing a lot of work on hair. We have a lot of publications, chapters, and what I'm going to present today is basically I'm a plastic surgeon practicing in Mumbai, India. And what I'm going to present today is basically my experience using in 150 patients. This is a paper under publication. It should be published in the next 3 or 4 months. Okay. Now, of course, background, we know that AGA, patterned hair loss, is a big problem that we see all over. Like one of my patients actually said, okay, he's an actor celebrity, and he actually mentioned it saying that Bollywood, and he actually said that, yeah, everybody loses hair. I lose hair, everyone loses hair. The statistics say that over 50 years of age, 60% of people are facing hair loss issues. So we know that it's a big problem, okay? What is the main problem that we see in today's treatment? The only FDA-approved therapies are basically, you're talking about minoxidil and finasteride. Minoxidil, the effects are not as good. It has to be converted into its active component, the minoxidil sulfate. Sulfonyl transferase is low in as much as 42% of the patients. In an Indian study, we've seen this. So there's not enough conversion into the active form. Plus, it makes the hair unmanageable, sticky, greasy. A lot of other issues, crystallizes, it leaves behind whitish crystal looking like dandruff, and of course finasteride has its own problems and very negative reports on the internet. So a lot of patients who actually start on finasteride will actually go back and stop it when they've been told by their family and friends. So here we wanted to do an basically a subjective and objective analysis on the effect of the rose stem exosomes. So in India, we are only allowed to use plant-based exosomes because of the regulations, no human base, no animal base. And another thing is, of course, you can use autologous exosomes, but I don't have much experience on this. So I'm using rose stem exosomes, though they were introduced in India approximately a year back, but I've fortunately been using it for around nearly 5 years. Okay. This study had 150 patients, 103 male, 47 female patients, 24 to 52 years of age group. The Norwood-Hamilton scale would not cross 4, and Ludwig scale we chose was 2 and 3. Exclusion criterias, if there was acute hair loss less than 6 months, if they were using any other therapy like minoxidil, finasteride or anything else for less than 6 months, we waited for them to be over 6 months and stabilize hypersensitivity, pregnancy, lactation, or any other local infection or scalp conditions. Okay, rose stem exosomes from ExoGMP, induction phase, 4 sessions were done at an interval of preferably 3 weeks. The patient would come between 3 and 4 weeks typically, and then we would do a maintenance session every quarter. Okay, some patients would come as early as 3 months. We would actually tell them that if you do feel that there's hair loss, come by 3 months, not earlier, and do not be later than 5 to 6 months. We use the whole dosage, 5 ml. At one time, the device we used was, I'm sure everybody's aware of, Dama pen. The depth I would go to is 2 to 2.5 millimeters, because that's where I want my concentration of exosomes. That's where your stem cells or your regenerative center of the hair is present, 2 to 2.5 millimeters from the skin surface. Okay, most of the patient tolerated very well. We didn't require topical numbing. In a few patients, we would just give a ring block and they would tolerate it very well. Okay. Now, what is the things that we saw here? First, of course, the global photographic assessment, the GPA, which was done at baseline post the 4th session, which was the treatment session, and of course the maintenance session post the 8th session at a 6 months follow-up. It was done, this was a blinded study done. Then the hair pull test. Standard, you would not get 50 to 60 also is too much less than this. And of course the trichoscopic evaluation, hair shaft diameter, terminal hair count, and the vellus hair count. Now with the global photography index, what results did we achieve? We saw it improve from baseline 4 plus or minus 0.9 to around 8 plus or minus 0.7 after the 4th session, which maintained at around 7.4 plus or minus 0.8. So it kind of maintained well, and it was stable with a 6 months follow-up. What about the safety and tolerability? Absolutely no side effects. Mild erythema reported in a very few patients, which settled down in a couple of days maximum. pain, maybe one patient complained of pain, which again settled down in a couple of days. So absolutely no complications, no side effects was observed here. Well, these are some of the results. So one of the patients, this is his result at the end of around 7 to 8 months. Another one, the hair quality has improved, thickness has improved, the cover has improved significantly. Another patient, another result. Another one, young patient, he was 18 years old. He was 18 years with severe hair loss. We did all nutritional, all blood tests normal, and we have actually maintained, he's been with me now for around 7, 8 years, and he's pretty well maintained as of now. Another patient, another female patient, we've seen these results. He practically looks like he had a full cover of hair. So excellent results. Another female, Ludwig stage 2. Another one, we can see the results here. Yes, you can see in this one, the vertex area has significantly shrunk. There is a small patch still left in the vertex, but it's significantly shrunk. The hair quality density is much better, and so is the cover. So yes, we see the hair pull tests, how it's going down from session 4 to session 8, and it's maintaining well post 6 months. The vellus hair count, it has actually gone down from 50.83 to around 46.23. What about the terminal hair count? 64.2 to 68.51. It is maintaining well in most of them. Again, the hair shaft diameter, average from 28.09 to 29.61. These values may not look significant, but slight increase in the vellus hair count or the terminal hair, a decrease in the vellus hair count or increase in the diameter actually makes a big difference in the cover, okay? So yes, the rationale is basically, we know it's antioxidative, it's anti-inflammatory, pro-angiogenic. It also has a big role to play in the WTA and beta-catenin pathway and dual delivery. Microneedling itself can actually lead to some amount of growth factor release. And of course, using it along with exosomes, the results are fabulous. So yes, they are well tolerated with no side effects. It is effective. It maintains. You probably could do the maintenance session even at 6 months if your patients are not shedding too much of hair. You could taper them off of minoxidil. That's what we're doing now. So it's very, very good. These are my references. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wonderful results, and I'm sure we have many questions at the end. I have. So let's move forward to the next speaker, Dr. Mehmet Shiman, a pioneer, an aesthetic physician pioneer with a luxurious clinic called Doku from my neighbor country, which I love, Turkey. So welcome, and we will be talking again about hair loss and hair regrowth with rose stem cell-derived exosomes.
Thanks so much for your interaction. And hi, everyone. It is such a great pleasure to be here. Today, I'm going to share my experience with rose stem cell exosomes on hair growth. And thank you so much. And we're going to talk tiny bit science, just 2 minutes. Then after, we're going to deep dive into clinical practice. And exosomes shows their effect with dermal papilla cell. Also, it may affect the melanocyte as well. And it's upregulating the WNT beta-catenin pathway to shows their effect. And when we look at the in vitro and in vivo studies, we see consistently 2 key microRNA. MicroRNA 100-22-5P and 100-81-5A. And I want to highlight just one of them to show the relationship between DHT and microRNA 100-22-5P. And rats were divided into 5 groups. Control group dorsal hair was shaved and let it grow 15 days. And when rats under exposure DHT, we observe incomplete hair growth. And what if we additionally DHT exposure at exosomes microRNA 100-22-5P or minoxidil, we observed complete hair regrowth. But what if we inhibit the microRNA 100-22-5P? What we see is incomplete hair regrowth, and which shows us the importance of the microRNA role. And also, it is knowing that the both adipose exocobious exosome and the rose stem cell exosomes containing microRNA 100-22-5P is the science behind how the effect of the and works on hair. And also, it's knowing that, encouraging that to use the rose stem cell exosomes with the case reports, case series is really good. But let's talk about the clinical practice, how we deliver the exosomes. And we have lots of options: microneedling, laser-assisted drug delivery, sonophoresis, electroporation, iontophoresis. These are all the published the way that we deliver the exosomes. We do laser-assisted drug delivery and microneedling system in our clinic mostly. And iontophoresis, it's really hard. It's not feasible for hair, of course, but all of them can be used for face as well. Let's make it interactive. Please grab your phone and scan the QR codes, and I will wait in a few seconds. Thank you so much. And this is our first question. And we talk also a tiny bit for the depth of the delivering the microneedling treatment for hair. And what should be the ideal depth? What do you think about? Let's see. The first session, they were talking 0.51, and also Dr. Viral and says 2.5. And what do you think? The panel 33, 38, 9. Also, you can scan this QR code as well.
I love that.
Yeah, it's really variety. And also, it really depends on the age, the skin thickness, the area that we inject, and the material that we use, right? It's the automated microneedling, the manual microneedling, or directly injection, or radiofrequency microneedling. It's all of them is change the depth, the energy level when we do our practice. And also some 4 to 6 I saw. Okay. I'm going to explain it a little bit more detail after that. And the second question, what do you think? Is there any difference between below the 1 millimeter microneedling or above the 1 millimeter for microneedling in terms of efficacy? And mostly, you're considering there is a difference between efficacy, almost 50 colleagues. Yeah. Unfortunately, there is a recent meta-analysis comes out, the comparison microneedling with minoxidil and only minoxidil. Of course, with microneedling, minoxidil works better. And also, the subgroup analysis show that they compare with microneedling below the 1 millimeter and above the 1 millimeter, and they showed there is no significant difference when using minoxidil. Also, it's hard to connect with the directly exosomes, but in terms of effectiveness, the same effect if we consider. Also, we know that even below the 1 millimeter, it works really good, and the recent meta-analysis, subgroup analysis shows that there is no difference between them. And the last question is there any difference between manual or automated microneedling? What do you think? Which one more effective? Yes. I'm going to wait a tiny bit to increase up to 40, 50, yeah.
Half-half here.
Half-half, yeah.
Yes.
And also the recent meta-analysis, the subgroup analysis shows there is no significant difference, the manual microneedling and the automated microneedling as well. But what really should be depth? And when we look at the scalp, below, at the 4 millimeter depth, there is a Galea openovritica. And below the 4 millimeter, it will be pointless to do every treatment. But the hair root is 1 to 3 millimeter depths, and we need to address those areas. If we don't want to create too much trauma, if we are not creating too much trauma, it could be those depth, yes. But if we are creating too much energy, too much trauma, also it may create shock hair loss, and then we may prefer to do in a more superficial way. Below the 1 millimeter or 1.5 also could be possible for intensive or repetitive microneedling way. But we do for like PRP injections, of course we need to do 2 to 4 millimeter depths to do in a more precise way to do directly hair root. And what our practice, what we do is, first we do diagnosis with 3D analysis, with trichometry analysis, and the lab analysis. And after we talk our patients with the possible medication options, and also Dr. Viral said, and there's a lot of concerned about using medication. They don't want to use lifelong treatment. They're afraid of to worry about the complication and side effects. And when they want to stop using, they are experiencing shock hair loss, and they don't want to experience for them as well. And also, we talk with injection procedures as well. The reason exosomes create game changer role on that is to less session, we create more effect with the other treatments, basically. And we do all the combination with those treatments as well. I think this is the first beard repigmentation case. He came out to our clinic after 6 months with the beard transplantation. And he said, I saw repigmented my beard. And we did another, and he wants to do another session to do it again. And this is interestingly, after one session, we saw this kind of improve the darkening on the gray hair, which is really impressive. We don't promise all patients this kind of immediate significant changes with one session, but also maybe in the future we are going to understand more better which, as Dr. Rouge said, which patients more prone to create this kind of impressive result. And also, I tried myself before I tried my patients. I did first 1 month apart 3 sessions, and then 1 year later 2 more, and then 2 months after 1 more. In total 6 sessions, I get also continued progressively improvement on my hair improvement as well. And last couple cases, and I'm going to finish. And also, we combine a lot with the PRP, and the patients that I'm going to show you right now is without medication and without the other treatment combination, just mostly exosome and PRP combination, because also using the medication also interfere the effect as well. And also this is very reasonable, and our patient was very happy, and he comes to our clinic for his 3rd session. And also in trichometric analysis, we see impressive improvement. And even crown area, it works really good. In sustainability, after 1 year, we still the same result. And even one session, it helps to increase the density. Our patients just try once, and let's see how happens. And she loves it, and she comes to do it again. There's also some curious patients do it like this. And sides works really good. This is also really impressive result. We do a lot of hair transplantation combination. Before the hair transplantation, after the hair transplantation helps to recovery. And also I can show you hundreds of good results. But I can say that I think exosome just don't grow the hair, and also grow the confidence as well. Thank you so much for your attention.
Fantastic presentation. Thank you very much. And you answered most of my questions.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. So, and we move forward to another interesting topic, sexual health, intimate care, with the beautiful and stunning Dr. Grace Chen. Please come into the podium and speak about IRLV and how it can transform the intimate care in our patients.
Hi, thank you for the warm invite. Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Grace from Taiwan. I'm a gynecologist, and today I'm very happy. I'm so delighted and so excited to be here today. So my topic of today is wow. Yes, just wow. Why? Because over the year I've been interactive, I've been using IRLV clinically. It has been astonishing for me. So my patients come back with wow responses, and I myself is very, very surprised, and I'm continually being surprised. So later on I'll be showing you some cases, and I hope you guys will be just as wowed as I am. So hello again, I'm Dr. Grace. I'm a gynecologist, also a gynecosmetic surgeon. So yes, that's a little me, working away like a little farmer. So like nourishing a woman, okay? You care for it meticulously, very carefully, because it is so, so delicate. So with tender care, this is what I've always been doing over the past years, for caring for enhancing women's wellness from inside out. So women not only look young, but they feel young. They glow from the inside out. And over the years, we've always been looking for perhaps a product, an appliance, or even a technique that can help women with their problems. And here we are. We have our new game changer, and it's our exosome. So a lot of times patients step into a room with a lot of the clinical problems, and are often what they're related to? Aging. So what can IRLV be in a role of? So it is divided into 5 different aspects, how it can help women. So as we all know, as we start to age, we start to lose our collagen, our elasticity and volume. So it can provide that kind of support and that fullness in your vaginal canal, and at the same time, an anti-inflammatory response, which is very, very crucial. As we all know, a lot of our problems are ascended from that particular problem. And an aesthetic aspect and wound healing. Later on, I'll be showing you some cases. I myself was very, very wow, again, with the results again. And here I want to specifically point out female sexual dysfunction. Why? Because I believe FSD itself has always been underestimated for not only the patients, but the practitioners ourselves too. Oftentimes they come in with their problems, oh, I have pain going under intercourse. I feel like I don't want to see my husband because the moment he steps in, he wants to push me over on the bed and I feel pain. But what do? Oh, we tell them it's just hormonal changes. Pop some hormone pills and probably just some supplements that only subsides their symptoms. But what can we really do for them? As IRLV, it can provide what? Circulation of in our vessels. And what does that do? Arousal. It brings more excitement. Your partner wants you more and you feel more sensitive every time you undergo an intercourse with your partner. Can you imagine going to a restaurant, eating awful food? You probably wouldn't want to go back there again, huh? It's like having a sexual intercourse. I have like partners, I have couple sessions, and they come in, and the husband's like, she won't let me touch her. I'm like, well, obviously, do you know why? She is screaming inside her heart every single time she sees you. So I'm sure she wouldn't want a second chance with you. So this is what IRLV can provide for them. Circulation brings more moisturizing at the same time, regenerating our tissues, providing that collagen and that support and that elasticity, and at the same time moisturizing. That can decrease the pain as well. That can oftentimes be caused by female sexual dysfunction for women not to want to have intercourse anymore. So my treatment protocol in the past has always been a lot with health issues, appearance, aesthetics, but more and more women are coming in for what? Beauty. They want to feel good, feel sexy. They want to look pretty as they look on their first face, as they look on their genital areas. And what else do they want? I want to feel good through sexual intercourse, right? So I categorize my patient into these groups. Why? Because all my treatment protocols, as opposed to all the ones we saw in the little pyramid, IRLV has its little boost when you apply it. Not only is it a mix and match with all of our treatments, it is so versatile. It boosts up our treatments, so it actually shortens our time. Like for our, it elongates. So our patients are constantly coming in for treatments because I tell them it is progressive. Women often ask me, when will I ever get better? I tell them, you won't. What? Well, it's true, because the moment we're born, we start to age. Once you age, you enter menopause. There is no more hormonal stimulation. Obviously, these problems will come back and come back. So for a longer treatment, and it can give patients a more rewarding results, as is what we've been looking for. So this is a little protocol I have for myself. I've divided my patient into 4 major groups, but I'm still working on my protocol because this item, exosome itself, is so new. I'm hoping that my treatment protocol can help more women down the path, and more doctors that are coming into this field can provide them with even better and rewarding results. So here we go. How do I use my IRLV? I always tell my patients, I use them anywhere, anybody, anytime. So anybody, as long as you're a female, honestly, I think you can use it for young girls. I have 20-year-olds coming in. I question them, why do you need this? She tells me, I'm young right now. I want to stay young forever, don't we all? This is why aesthetic is so important. This is a big market. And I have patients sitting at age of 68, and I'm wondering, why do you want this treatment? She's like, not even just for anything, not for sex, just for her life quality. She tells me, can you imagine waking up middle of the night, sitting on the toilet, just praying that your next urinating session won't be so painful? This is life quality. So it is not even just for your partners, for your sexual life. It's for self-esteem and regaining their power again. So for the next part, it's going to be a little bit more explicit. So these are my clinical cases that I actually apply my, IRLV on, and these are the patients that came back with wow results. So first off, this is just a little video on how I usually conduct my procedures. So as we all know, the mucosal area is a very different, unique area because it's a combination of epithelium and mucosal where they meet the two. So itself, mucosal, it will absorb, but on the outer skin, the epithelium, it needs perhaps microneedling, some sort of thermal energy, and this is what we do. So this is FemiLift. So I go in, I do a little bit of ablation, so that will what? Enhance the absorption. Along with the thermal energy, it will help as well. And post-treatment, I like to do a little bit massage. This is very crucial. Why? Because before I step into the room and before my patients go under, I always palpate them. I do PV. So whether the patients are coming in for sensitivity, they want a little bit more tightening on the side, or maybe there is some lack of volume in some part of their canal. I know very well, so I know where I go in and make sure my product is going in 100%. And also on the outside, I do it topically as well, because we do a little bit of peeling effect on the top, because a lot of women want to look peachy pink and look beautiful on the outside as well. So by massaging the products, it will go in as also at the same time, I do fillers as well. So by massaging, making sure your PLA or any sort of filler or fat will absorb, and when they grow, it will be perfectly aligned and not in bulky lumps. And this is a post-surgery treatment. So this woman came in for a labiaplasty and for enhancement for the looks. She did a fat graft. So I like to apply it now topically for what? Not just for the wound healing itself. I like to do it before I put on tissue glue to close off the space, because when I massage, the product will go in. And over this procedure, I noticed that patients are coming back and replying me that I feel like the fat is not so lumpy, because as all you know, when you do fat graft, there's going to be a period of lumpiness before the vessels grow in. But then with this thorough massage, you make sure they're homogeneously mixed together, and it will also supply my fat, my autologous fat, with the nutrients it needs. And at the same time, the patient wakes up and they touch their genital areas, they tell me, ooh, it feels so soft like a baby, yeah? So this next part are some videos and photos of patients post-treatment. So this is a young woman, 35-year-old with 2 natural deliveries. So she comes in, she tells me, I still love my husband very much. Every moment I see him, he wants to take me down, but I feel so painful. But she wants to feel sexy and good again. As you can see, there's a lot of laxity, lack of rugae. So you must think it's so dry for her. So she tells me 5 minutes into intercourse, she feels tremendous pain and she needs help. And this is what she looked like after 2 sessions. So she did, she's coming back for her 3rd in this couple of days. So she's actually did 1 session of thermal energy along with 2 CO2 laser treatments and topical application of IRLV. And just look at the canal itself. It is shrunk in size, and also you can see the rugae is beautiful. And she comes back, she's like, oh my God, I haven't been so wet for so long. And her husband is so happy. You see the glow on his face, huh? So this young woman, as you can see, she steps in, look at that skin. She was in tears. She did chemical peeling, as a lot of Asian girls like, because Asians, we tend to have more melanocytes. So we have a darker pubic area. So she comes in and she's in tears. I'm like, girl, what happened? And then she popped her pants, and this is what she looked like. Wow, she asked me, am I gonna have a scar? I told her I wasn't sure, but I asked her, I have this new product I would love to try on you. And she agreed, so we did 2 sessions, but because she, as you can see, I don't know if the pixels are showing too well, there's actually blisters and vesicles. So you can imagine for her, this acute phase. She's walking in like this with her legs all open. So I asked her if she wanted to go in for a very intensive treatment. So she did 3 vials within a 2-week interval, and this is what she looked like. Next time, she was glowing with a beautiful smile. She's like, yes, and the texture feels great. Even though it is not as great as it was before, but for her, this was wow, and this was very promising. And she's still constantly coming back for occasional treatments, because not only does she look good on the outside, she wants to look good on the inside as well, right? So this next patient, also young. So this is a typical FSD patient. When she came in, she was coming in for a laser treatment, and she popped her legs. I was like, wow, girl, you could not do any laser today. And she asked me why. I'm like, your skin. And she's like, and she thought that was normal. So she's always been suffering for the past 20 years. She's had been on Earth. She thought, sexual intercourse, I thought it was a little bit of pain, a little notch of feeling good. I'm like, no, sexual intercourse shouldn't. Well, I mean, at some point it might be painful, yeah, but it shouldn't be always painful. But for her, that was breaking news. So I did treatment just like I did for the last patient. I asked her, because as you can see, there are actually open wounds. But for her, it was so normal. She's like, oh, I experience these every couple of days. So This is what I did. I applied topical IRLV after, again, 2 weeks interval with 3 sessions, and she came back. Just look at the elasticity of her skin, the way I can extend it. So she was so happy, and she came back, she's like, wow, I never knew sex could be like this. And this next patient, she came in just purely for aesthetic demands. So what did we do? We did a reduction of labia minora along with flat graft and reduction of clitoral hood. And this is what she looked like post-treatment. For her, it wasn't just all because of the wound, but the texture of her skin. And because she wanted to feel good on the inside, so we did a vial on the inside and a vial on the outside. And this is how she looked like after 1 month of her treatment. And this patient has been my friend ever since her treatment. This menopausal woman, as you can see, she experienced drastic weight loss. So as you can see, there is sagging of her labia majora. You can probably imagine her self-confidence. She didn't want her husband to touch or even see her like this. And she did what? I told her you need a labia majora surgery, and she did. And she did fat graft, and this is what she looked like 2 months after. And now she walks in with her heads up, and she tells me every night her husband sees her, pop the lights on. I want you to check me out. She feels good and sexy.
We are all ready for minutes on, but this is amazing. I love it.
Okay, this last one, yeah, we're going to sum it up.
We
and
need
this
to tackle.
Case, this is a really special case for me because she's experiencing menopause for almost 10 years. So she's going through excruciating pain. And she's tried hormonal therapy, all sorts of therapy. So in the end, she came by, she looked me up and asked, is it possible maybe if I took down my labia minora that it might reduce a little bit of pain? I told her, well, it's not really related, but it might help. So then what I did a labia minora resection, and also I did a PV repair for her. I did a VY advancement. I turned her PV over, and right after surgery, I applied IRLV. And in the middle, the B is 1 month after, and that's 3 months after. Just look at how beautiful the tissue has basically healed perfectly, and this is what she looked like 6 months after. It isn't even about the wound itself. I mean, it healed perfectly, but for her, she came back and she told me she has been able to undergo sex. She hasn't been able to do that. Her and her husband has been roommates for the past decade. So now for her, she is so happy. It was a life changer for her. So all in all, in the end, I just want to thank all of you for this beautiful product, and all women should look into this product. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. I love the subject. I always do functional medicine for my women, for face, hair, and intimate care, so fantastic. So let's move to a colleague of ours, aesthetic physician, Dr. Jean-Paul Chung from Australia, which I personally met in this summer, and he's an amazing doctor, and he is about to open his own clinic. So he will be discussing about transdermal drug delivery and exosomes application. We're looking forward.
This is a very, very difficult task to follow this awesome lecture. So I do have a confession. I was a skeptic of exosomes, so I have a background in trauma surgery and reconstructive, right? So my first exposure with exosomes involved with regenerative medicine involved PRP, and the result have always been a bit of a hit and miss, right? So Dr. De Filippe and Mr. Byung, I actually randomly went into the room in IMCAS, right, and heard the lecture, and that really shaped my practice. So I'm going to talk today about transdermal drug delivery and optimizing exosomes efficacy, all right? So what is transdermal drug delivery? What is laser-assisted drug delivery? And how do we use microneedling radiofrequency to improve the penetration of medication? Okay, so we already have multiple ways to deliver medication inside the body. We've got your oral pathways, we've got the intravenous, and they all have a bit of advantages and disadvantages, right? So with intravenous, you got 100% bioavailability. However, it is painful. And with the oral one, well, it's painless, but it takes a bit longer to reach the bloodstream. Now, if you look at the literature, there has been a significant increase over the past few decades on research involving microneedles and drug delivery. So we are only scratching the surface. Now, when we talk about drugs and the penetration in the skin, the best way to kind of think about this is there's multiple different pathways, mainly three, right? So you've got your two routes, so transepidermal and transepidermal pathways. Now, transepidermal involves the passage of molecules through the stratum corneum, and transepidermal can be divided into either intra or intercellular. The intracellular route goes through the corneocytes and allows the transport of hydrophilic or polar solutes. The intercellular space involves the diffusion of lipophilic or non-polar solutes through the continuous lipid matrix. And the third pathway is transappendicial, which involves the passage of molecules through the sweat glands across the hair follicles. Now, there are definitely a few challenges, and mainly the drug must have a molecular weight less than 500 Dalton, and the drug must possess an affinity towards the hydrophobic as well as the hydrophilic phases. Now, if you look at the evolution of transdermal delivery system, you can see a first generation, second generation, and third generation. The first generation is the traditional methods, and that involves occlusive patches. The second generation involves chemical penetration enhancers, and also ultrasound-assisted delivery. Now in 2025, this is the latest generation, and that involves radiofrequency-assisted drug delivery and laser-assisted as well. Now, this is a bit of a summary of how to classify the different generations. How do we actually improve the penetration of the medication through the skin? And as you guys can see, as we got more evolved and more sophisticated equipment, with the third generation, we can penetrate the medication much further inside the epidermis. And on your right side, this is histological slides from pig skin. And you can see the, basically the effect of microdermabrasion, microneedling, the ablative lasers, and non-ablative lasers. Now, laser-assisted drug delivery, the most common laser studies involve fractionally ablative and to a lesser degree, fractionally non-ablative in natures. And the most of the studies are focused on CO2 and erbium YAG. Now, they function by creating selective epidermal damage, thereby rendering the dermis more accessible to topical medication. So regardless of the type of laser that you use in your practice, the principle is the same. There's creation of spatially distributed columns of microthermal injury, microscopic treatment zones called MTZs. The energy that creates each column of MTZs induces thermal heating or ablation with minimal spread to adjacent tissue. And this thereby maintaining the integrity of the epidermis between the MTZs. Now, thus creating relatively deep penetration into the dermis while surrounding skin remains largely intact. And you can see here on the histological slides, you've got a zone of MTZ and also a coagulation zone. Now, in the case of ablative fractionated laser, each MTZs, they consist of tunnel of ablated tissue, this here, referred to as microscopic ablation zone, MAZ, and a surrounding concentric area of thermal damage known as coagulation zone. The deeply penetrating MAZs are the conduits through which topical substances traverse the epidermis in ablative fractionated laser-assisted drug delivery. Now, one of the advantages of using laser-assisted drug delivery is it's definitely got the highest and the most homogeneous uptake of drugs. So it's not even a debate, right? So you can see here, this is fluorescence photographs of the 3 hours of AML application, and you can see a much more homogeneous uptake of the medication here with ablative fractionated laser. Unfortunately, one of the issues, one of the disadvantages is it requires more experience and expertise. So when you're trying to deliver the medication using lasers, you definitely have to have a good understanding on fluence, densities, and spot size, right? And with higher fluence and densities, sometimes you can have complications such as pigmentary changes, scars, erythema, and definitely more downtime. Now, my favorite ways to deliver exosomes is microneedling assisted drug delivery and additional of radiofrequency. Okay, so you guys can see here on the far right, this is an OCT slides. And of note, those channels were only visualized with OCT when the bipolar electrode configuration was used. And a double pulse technique yielded greater, deeper, and more durable channels, with some channel visible on OCT even 24 hours after treatment. Now, I use Morpheus8 in my practice, and this allows me to significantly decrease the downtime of my patients and also decrease the likelihood of developing PIH or even hyperpigmentation. Quick little summary of how Morpheus8 actually works. So you got fractional bipolar radiofrequency that creates control zones of dermal injury, narrow at the epidermis, and conical enlargement as the needle descends through the skin. When the RF energy is applied to the surrounding skin and soft tissue, it generates contraction by two mechanisms. Number one, immediate cleavage of hydrogen bonds in the collagen triple helix, and this shortening and thickening of the collagen fibrils. And number two is the initiation of a wound healing cascade, and that triggers neoangiogenesis, neocollagenesis, and elastin reorganization. Now, there are also obviously disadvantages of using radiofrequency microneedling. You need to know the machine very well, and sometimes, often quite rare, is to have post-procedural grids, but very easy to treat. And if you were to use PDT in your practice, ablative fractional laser is definitely better. So those are my before and afters from my experience with exosomes, and those are melasma cases and alopecia cases. So in summary, transdermal drug delivery is an effective way to maximize drug penetration for the skin. LLAD and microneedling radiofrequency both offers advantages and disadvantages. So it's very crucial for the medical practitioner to take into account side effects and downtime when applying those modalities. Thank you very much.
So Jean-Paul, amazing presentation. And I'm now pleased to invite Dr. Jung Dong-woo. He's a plastic surgeon from Korea, and he's going to speak on exosomes in aesthetic medicine, the first controlled experimental study for scar treatment. We're looking forward, and thank you for joining us.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Dong-woo Jung. I'm pleased to present first experimental study of exosomes on scar treatment. I'm a plastic surgeon from Korea and a member of American and International Societies of Plastic Surgeons. My major is rhinoplasty and reconstructive surgery using autologous coastal cartilage. Because I use the patient's own cartilage, it leaves a scar on the chest. Some scars heal nicely, but others do not. Also, some clinics even leave noticeable stitch mark. For this reason, I need a scar treatment, and I choose exosomes. So I decided to investigate the effect of exosome on improving surgical scars. For this study, I focused on 3 centimeter wounds on the anterior chest and included a total 40 cases. Each wound was split in half. One half is treated with exosome, and the other is control group HA. Treatment were applied once a week for 8 weeks, total 8 sessions. The treatment was randomized, and study design was double-blind. Clinical evaluations were performed. Here are the results. Look at the clinical photos showing change over 4 weeks. The exosome side shows less pigmentation, better wound healing, and more even appearance compared to the control side. Next, here are the changes over 8 weeks. A noticeable difference appears from week 3. In particular, we can see improvement in pigmentation. For a brief background, pigmentation is controlled by melanin synthesis. While the process is complex, keratinocytes send a signal to melanocytes to promote melanin production. Exosomes play a key role in the signal pathway. In this process, it takes about 2 weeks for melanin to be produced and about a month to be cleared. As a result, we expect to see a visible reduction in pigmentation around week 3. This aligns well with our study. At 6 months, the areas treated with exosome still looked better. The biggest change is pigmentation, not the size or width. There are 1-year follow-up photos. The exosome side shows a reduced pigmentation, a more even texture, and improvement in scar height and thickness. Clinically, this indicates a significant beneficial effect. Next, I will show the histological analysis. These are tissue samples from the case you just saw. The exosome areas shows much stronger staining. In a higher magnification, the control areas relative weak staining and uniform tissue. The nuclei and fiber density are low. Overall, this indicates that the tissue is in the early stage of wound healing. In contrast, the exosome area shows thicker epidermis and dense collagen fibers, and the basal layer cells are uniform arrangement. This suggests that wound healing was activated and become a tissue maturation. Meson and cryom staining are used to check collagen fibers. As you can see, the exosome area shows more strong staining. In the control group, collagen fibers are less dense, and the space between the fibers are relatively larger. In exosome area, the collagen fibers are much denser, filling the dermis more compactly. Why does collagen matter? In the early stage of wound healing, type 1 collagen is produced first, and the type 3 collagen comes later. Type 1 collagen is stronger but rougher, which can cause keloid. Therefore, it is important for type 3 collagen to be produced early, but many factors influence in this process. Exosomes contribute to creating such an environment, lowering the type 1-3 collagen ratio, and promoting soft scar formation. Thus, I think exosomes play a key role in accelerating the wound healing process. That is my concept of exosome treatment. Here are statistical results. As previously mentioned, pigmentation showed a significant difference from week 3. For pliability, a significant improvement was observed from week 3 and persisted. Relief showed a significant difference starting week 4. Overall, significant improvement was seen in pigmentation, pliability, and relief, while the vascularity, height, and thickness showed no significant difference. Moreover, patient-reported outcomes were more favorable. Although exosomes are effective, but they do have limitations. Their effect was minimal in keloid. For this situation, conventional methods like scar revision or triamcinolone injection are required. There are also limitations in treating depressed scar. Although improvement was observed, the dermis could not be regenerated, so the indentation remained. In summary, exosomes are the excellent materials for scar treatment. However, they are not magical. It is important to understand their mechanism and limitations. However, sometimes a magical effect can occur. Vascularity usually shows a little improvement, but in this case, it improved significantly. And although the keloid did not appear, it becomes much softer and lighter in color. Per depressed scar, although the dermis could not be regenerated, but the surrounding tissue blended well, it seemed to be improvement. These cases are probably involved in the face, which may be explain the good result. In general, facial area heals better than the body, so we expect even better outcomes than prior presentation. Take-home message. The most noticeable improvement was pigmentation, which usually occurred 3 or 4 weeks. Scar also becomes softer in around 1 month. The effect on vascularity and height are limited. For clinical application, it is recommended to perform 3 and 4 treatments at 1 month interval. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the interesting data, and of course it's the devices that we're using to enhance the exosome treatments that we do so that we have better effects in these conditions. So we don't have too much time, we are over the limit, but we can take only 2 questions. So let's see what are the questions. So to Dr. Mehmet Shiman, with all the controversy surrounding exosomes, when it comes to efficacy, we see a lot of doctors speaking out their negative opinions on whether it really works. What would you say on these doctors or to other doctors who do not know what to believe? Could you please come on the podium?
Of course.
Thank you.
Of course, the exosomes and other old medicine, it's not working 100%. Even if you gave our patients the paracetamol, the 10%, it doesn't work. Even maybe 30%. Of course, it's understanding the needs of patients and the baseline. For example, if our patient doesn't have any hair follicle at all, of course exosome does not work because it works with dermal papilla cell. They need to have at least the vellus or dormant hair follicle to activate them. Also, it's really important to, when this kind of claim happens, in terms of scientific way, it doesn't mean if one patient doesn't work, it doesn't mean that works all patients. If one patient works, it doesn't mean that works all the other patients. In order to do that, of course, we need to randomize, control, double-blinded studies that ExoCobio, that's why invested a lot and doing a lot of research on that. But I would say we try all the injectable treatments in our practice for hair. And we did over 2,000 vial hair treatments in our clinic with hair transplantation combination with only hair. And I would say that there is no patients that telling us, why did we do that? Why did we do that? Its satisfaction rate is really high compared to other treatments like PRP, mesotherapy, and even autolog micrograft.
Fantastic. And I would like also, can you please stay on the podium? I would like to invite also Dr. Viral Ramesh, because I would like to make a question. In all these patients that you treated beautifully with different techniques and microneedling, either superficial or very deep for your own reasons, did you do any controlled studies on just microneedling alone on the same depth? Because we saw beautiful results, but again, different protocols, perhaps the too much depth, it regenerates some results more. But did you do any control data, like for example, some patients, because you have many, just microneedling alone on the own depths?
Actually, there have been a lot of publications for only microneedling, also from India. We have used microneedling in the past. I think as a monotherapy, the results are not that encouraging.
On the same depth that you're using there? Okay,
Absolutely.
Interesting.
And he already mentioned that, the sweet spot is around 2.53 millimeters because an average length of the hair is around 5 to 6 millimeters for Indian patients.
Yeah.
And
you both showed also men. You didn't show any women. Like you show only minimal results on women because we have also fibrosing alopecia. 2.5 perhaps could trigger some different results on women because you both showed men. Could you please
So in this study, we did not take anything but patterned hair loss. So we didn't include any other. But we have seen some results with FFP. We have seen with areata. And in women, we often get a mixed picture. So many times it looks like patterned hair loss, but we take a biopsy and it turns out to be, or a trachoscopic analysis will actually show some exclamation marks and inflammation, etc. And it turns out to be areata. Okay, so we've seen this picture often. But like I said, the sweet spot is because the hair follicle is going to enter the skin at an angle. So the two stem cell levels, one is the erector pili, the bulb, are at that 2.53 millimeter.
Perfect.
So I think that's a sweet spot.
So, Dr. Sumed, would you like to say something? We both have you both have in our clinics dark types. So perhaps you saw any hypopigmentation from depths or hyperpigmentation from the different depths. Did you see any side effects you'd like to share in your
in terms of
yes,
yeah,
in terms of the microneedling, for example, superficial, you go more superficial. I did the same, or perhaps you in dark type patients, or for women, how do you do?
In our practice, I didn't see any hypopigmentation cases with microneedling. I would say that
Because you go superficial, perfect. I do
yes,
the same.
that's the clear.
So what about you, Dr. Ramesh?
Not at all. Not in the scalp.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, both of you. Very interesting.
Maybe Dr. Ali has a question. I think.
Oh, yes, for sure, yes. We have 11 seconds. Please, yes, if you want to add something. Very quickly.
Regarding the, actually, I received some patients that they did the microneedling radiofrequency, especially after plastic surgery liposuction. And thank you that you mentioned that it's superficial. This is very important. We are not allowed to go deeper because we'll build hypopigmentation that can stay for long time. So this is not for material, it's mal use of the for the device.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So thank you all for participating, being here in this beautiful summit. So please stay the speakers here, and the rest we can have 5-minute break only. So the speakers here to take some photos. Thank you very much, all of you. It was a wonderful session. Thank you.
So welcome to the last part of this incredible day. This is how it's going to work. Let me just remind you on the dynamics of this, because this is the last part. You will be seeing some very interesting cases that are presented to be awarded. There will be 1 first prize, 3 second prizes, and 11 third prizes. So I'm going to call the first 6 participants, and then I'm going to call the next 7 participants. The reason for this, I suppose you understand, is because we can't fit 13 people in the stage. Let me just remind to you that it's 5:45, so we expect to finish this session by 6:30 to 6:40. There's not much time for questions, and you will not be able to make questions through the QR, but I will be making the questions to the presenters. And we expect the dinner to be served at 6:30. You have to be in the dinner because during that time, we're going to give all the awards and the prizes. We will finish dinner by 8:30, the time at which 3 buses will leave the hotel for the party. 15 minutes later, that's at 20:45, we'll have another 3 buses. And finally, at 9 o'clock, we will have the last 3 buses taking us to the floating island. So if you're later than 9 o'clock, you will have to find a taxi or another kind of transportation. So please, can I invite you, Dr. Ami Pragnesh, please be seated at the last seat. Dr. Benazir Malishnova, please. Bruna Fontes, please. Xu Mompale, please. Dr. Ronnie Monk, please, and Dr. Wei Chao Huang. Welcome. So let me invite first Dr. Pragnesh. You have 3 minutes to expose your case, please. Yeah. Dr. Pragnesh, can you present, please?
Hello. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Ami Shah from India, and I present my case, a female, 45 years old, presenting to us at our clinic with complaints of hyperpigmentation all over the face. On examination, it was a diagnosed case of melasma. On dermoscopy, it showed epidermal and dermal component of melasma. And she had no history of these melasma lesions during her previous pregnancies, and she had not undergone any treatment before she came to us at our clinic. We explained the nature of melasma to the patient, that it's going to be difficult because it's dermal and it's very chronic. We started the treatment with the first protocol as oral tranexamic acid with oral vitamin C and glutathione, with topical creams containing azelaic acid, hydroquinone, glycolic acid, butyl resorcinol, and the normal protocol in my clinic is doing some sessions of intense pulse light to target the vascular component and the pigmentary component with the fractional Q switch, the 1064, combining it with chemical peels, and also some sessions of PRP. There was a very, very partial response, and there was some skin lightening, but the dermoscope actually showed no changes. The next step that we took, because that time in India, there was no, ExoBio had not launched exosomes in India. So my next step was going to PDRNs. So we injected PDRNs 3 to 4 times, again with a partial response. The patient was not greatly satisfied. The forehead lesions had not changed at all. The cheeks definitely showed some improvement. And then exosomes got launched, and I explained to the patient the treatment protocol, and we started doing exosomes for her with a microneedling dermapen 4. And to the great surprise, the game changer was there. And the first session, she comes to me after a month with clearance of the lesions completely from the cheeks. With the second and the third, by the time we did the 4th session, the forehead lesions had also practically up to 18% disappeared. So what I realized here, that exosomes have definitely made a great change in her condition, and it was a life changer for her as well. And I still follow her up. It's been 6 months, the last session of exosomes, and she still remains the same. Her condition is, her melasma is under control, and she's not on any oral medication. And even during the treatment when we were doing her exosomes, she was not on oral tranexamic acid or any lasers that time. So definitely exosomes has been a game changer in my patient. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, one question to you, Doctor. How much time was there between the first picture and the second picture?
The first and the second picture was 6 months.
6 months. How many treatments with the exosomes did she have?
Exosomes was after the second picture and the third picture. So between the first and the second picture, there was no exosomes. She was on lasers and PDRN. And after the second and the third picture, after the second picture, we introduced exosomes, and then we saw the complete clearance, and even the dermoscope showed a good clearance from the dermis.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, next presenter is Dr. Benazir from Kazakhstan. Is that correct?
Thank you.
Please.
Yes. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Today I would like to share...
Добрый вечер.
What?
Добрый вечер.
Здравствуйте. Добрый вечер. Today I would like to share a clinical case about post-traumatic scar correction after a car accident, using exosome therapy as a part of comprehensive approach. Our patient was a 21-year-old woman who had a severe facial injury in 2019. After emergency plastic surgery, she was left with hypertrophic and keloid scars on the forehead, on the glabella area, and asymmetry of the eyelids. She also had limited facial expression due to tissue adhesions and, of course, strong psychological discomfort. In 2024, she came to our clinic for laser correction after consultation with a plastic surgeon. We decided to use a combination therapy to achieve both functional and aesthetic improvement. The protocol included reconstruction of blepharoplasty to restore eyelid symmetry, RBYAC laser resurfacing, 5 sessions with gradually reduced energy, botulinum toxin therapy to restore facial balance and prevent new scars, corticosteroid injections to soften the dense scar areas, and finally, exosome therapy, ExoCobio, applied after each procedure. The exosomes played a very important role. They reduce inflammation and redness, accelerated epithelialization, softened the tissue after subcision, and lowered the risk of fibrosis after steroid injections. After the full treatment course, the results were impressive. The skin quality improved significantly. The facial symmetry was restored, and the scars became smoother and less visible. The patient regained a natural, harmonious appearance and confidence in herself. In conclusion, we can say that while traditional methods such as lasers, steroids, such as botulinum therapy give results, but they are not always predictable. Exosome therapy enhances each step of treatment. They shortens recovery time, improves scar quality, and this case shows that exosomes are an essential part of modern post-traumatic scar correction. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One question to you. In the last picture, we could see that the first photograph was taken...
Last picture? What?
Yeah, in the last slide, the first picture...
Yes.
The first picture was taken by the patient probably in the mirror, because left is right and right is left.
Yes, because first picture is a selfie.
Yeah. I don't know whether the audience can see a difference, but there is a regrowth in lost hair. Is that correct? Have you seen that in the eyebrow?
It's a permanent, how I can say in English?
It's a permanent
yes.
Tattoo, yeah.
Tattoo.
Okay. Well, it's a wonderful, beautiful result. I think the patient should be very grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So, let me pass the word to Dr. Bruno Fontes Gonçalves. Where do you come from, Dr. Gonçalves?
What?
Where do you come from? Você é do Brasil?
Sim.
Ah, do Brasil. De que cidade do Brasil?
Bom Jesus, Itabapoana, Rio de Janeiro.
Rio de Janeiro, a cidade maravilhosa.
Mais ou menos.
Please, you can start.
É do interior do Rio de Janeiro.
Se você prefere falar em português, eu posso traduzir. Okay, subtitle. No, I was saying that if she prefers to talk in Portuguese, I can translate.
No, I will talk in English.
Oh, perfect.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here and to present this remarkable case to you. My name is Bruna. I'm a Brazilian dermatologist with 10 years of experience, and through my clinic located in Bom Jesus do Itabapoana, Rio de Janeiro, I have been restoring one of my patients' self-esteem and hope using an advanced skin treatment with exosomes. In this particular case, I applied AC plus SRLV to a third-degree burn injury, and the results were truly unprecedented. Follow along with me. Indication was to a chromic and hypochromic scar after a third-degree burn using SRLV. A 43-year-old female with third-degree burn thermal by hot grease in her right hand. A protocol was 3 sessions, interval between sessions 30 to 45 days, and the treated method was microneedling with dermographic Cheyenne Hawk pen using 1 ml of AC plus SRLV exosome per session. This first photo was 10 days after the burn, and the second photo was 55 days after the burn. In the beginning, I was treating with healing creams and antibiotics. So, 55 days after the burn injury, the skin had been healed, but the patient was unhappy with the appearance of the scar. The purpose of the treatment was to try to improve the skin coloration and consequently enhance the aesthetic appearance of the scar. So the AC plus SRLV were chosen for their proven regenerative and scar healing potential. The instructions, she was instructed by me not to wash or dry the treated area for 8 hours after each application. In the first photo was 55 days after the burn, day 0 when we start the treatment with exosomes. In that time, I did the first session. The second photo was 21 days after the first session. An area of repigmentation was observed, and in that time, I did the second session. The third photo was 66 days after the beginning, and was 45 days after the second session. The skin tone was more uniform with progressive pigment return. This time, I did the third session. And the last photo was 132 days, and we had a significant repigmentation and texture recovery after the 3 sessions. AC plus SRV exosomes restored life, color, and harmony to scarred skin. They represent the future of cutaneous regeneration, the union of science, aesthetic, and cellular intelligence, from scar to regeneration, from loss to restoration, and from trauma to confidence. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bruna. I think it was an excellent case because there's not only repigmentation, but there is also the recovery of normal texture in the skin. I don't know whether you've noticed that the repigmentation was in island spotty, very similar to that of vitiligo. So my question to you is, have you tried the same procedure, the same treatment in vitiligo patients?
After this time, I had a patient with vitiligo, and I started a treatment with exosomes, but until then, I just did 1 session. In the first month, in the next month, I will do the second session, and I will see the results.
Yeah, because I've tried this on vitiligo, and I have like 10 or 12 cases which recover. Nevertheless, most of these cases are located on the face, and the face usually shows phenomenal result, and usually the limbs have like half the result of this. So the fact that you were able to recover pigmentation on the hand is quite remarkable, because the hand is very difficult. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
De nada.
So thank you, Dr. Bruna. Let me introduce now to Dr. Su Monpai from Myanmar. Welcome, please.
Good evening, everyone. And I'm Dr. Belay from Myanmar. I'm working as clinical director at Domolex Medical Group. And it's a pleasure to share this case here at RAES. And so I started my clinical practice around 2015. And in Myanmar, the hair demand is not that much until 2021, when after COVID, there's so much hair loss cases. And so our clinic started treating hair cases since 2021. But we used to use a number of hair treatments like hair PRP, mesotherapy, and also oral and topical medications. But this case is one of the earliest cases that I started to use the ASCE HRLV exosome at my practice. So we got the ASCE HRLV around the beginning of 2025. And so this case is quite somehow peculiar to me. So that's why I chose to present this case. And normally at our clinic, we use combination treatments, like we combine with exosome and PRP, and also oral and topical medications. But this case was a 37-year-old male patient, and his special request was he didn't want any oral medication and topical medication because he was so busy and he's also lazy. So he requested he could only come for 1 time a month and just 1 treatment. So I suggested to him to use this treatment on him, which is ASCE HRLV exosome. So his chief complaint was typical, like progressive hair loss and hair thinning over the frontal and vertex area for about 3 years. And there's no significant medical or surgical history, and there's no related aesthetic treatment done on the scalp. Wait a minute, okay. So the clinical diagnosis is a typical AGA, which is about Norwood Hamilton grade 3 vertex. And also the treatment protocol is like 6 sessions done 1 month apart. And each session I include microneedling with dermapen, and after that, topical application of ASC plus exosome. And then gentle massage, which is very important to enhance the transdermal delivery for 5 minutes. And at Dermalex, we regard post-procedure care as very important for the results. So I told the patients to avoid the scalp washing and then UV exposure for 24 hours, no topical irritants, anything for 48 hours, and then use a mild shampoo from day 2 onward. And also supportive care, and I told him to encourage gentle scalp massage to improve microcirculation. And so here is the clinical outcomes. Actually, I did 6 sessions, reduced the patient reported to notice remarkable reduced shedding at 3 months after 3 sessions. And after 6 sessions, here is the result. So noticeable reduction in the hair reduction and also thicker and healthier hair shafts and increased hair density. And you could see that the coverage of the vertex is really improved and regrowth of the terminal hairs. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So 4 questions for you, 4 questions.
4?
Yeah, because we do a lot of hair. So the first question is, do you want them all at the same time or sequentially? Okay.
As you wish.
So the first question is, why did you choose to recommend this person AC exosomes rather than dutasteride, PRP, or other things? I mean, what moved you to recommend that? Is that your usual procedure, or do you usually inject something like finasteride or minoxidil? Or
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I also want to mention that why I chose ASCE exosome for this case. This case is very peculiar. Normally, I combine like oral medication, topical medication, and PRP and exosome all together.
But the oral medication and all that, I know that he mentioned he didn't want to take. But so he wanted to come once a month, all right?
Yes.
But why did you decide to inject specifically exosomes and not anything else?
Oh, yes. But this is the newest treatment available, and I read the clinical papers provided by ExoGMP, and I think he should give it a try. And he said he didn't want to pull out blood and etc. So
he was a difficult patient, basically. He didn't want anything, right?
You're right. You're right. So I'm amazed by the results myself too, actually.
Okay. Second question to you is: Did you see a stronger improvement in the vertex or in the front line?
Actually, the coverage is quite improved in the vertex. The frontal line, I don't think there is much more improvement because his severity is more in the vertex and crown area.
Yes, in the 2 pictures are different in the way that he's using something.
Hairband.
Like, yeah, a band, yes.
Yeah, there's a hair.
That doesn't let us see exactly the change, and that would be interesting to.
You're right.
Okay. And the third question I forgot. So, but it was a great case. Thank you very much for that. All right, so can we have, yes, applause. Dr. Ronnie Monk, please.
Hi, everyone. Very happy and honored to be here. And I'm happy to share this case with you. So I've been using exosomes. I'm a dermatologist. I practice in Canada, Montreal. And I've been using exosomes in my practice now for about 4 years, and initially started with the human exosomes, and now in Canada, it's basically the rose exosomes. So this is one of those cases that really cements to me how incredible these molecules really are. This was a girl who was doing a vascular laser in our practice. She was doing it one of my estheticians. And she had an injury from the vascular laser. Don't see this often, but we've all seen these cases. And she's a darker phototype. She's, I don't know, let's say a 3 or 4. I would say a 4. And when I saw her within a day or 2 of her injury, I thought to myself, oh God, this is somebody we're going to have to really work on, treat, because I know these people, they get post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation. It lasts 6 to 12 months. So I knew I'd have to work on her. And knowing the power of exosomes, I said to myself, you know what, let's try exosomes. So what we did was right away, within a day of her injury, she had blisters, she had open wounds. We rubbed the exosomes on topically. And then we saw her back. We actually gave her the vial to use at home and told her to use it every day for the next 4 days, as long as the vial lasted. And then we used our jet peel device. We saw the jet peel a couple times here. That's the device that infuses serums into the skin, and those serums can penetrate 1 to 2 millimeters into the skin. So we used our jet peel, used the rose exosomes, had treatments done every 2 weeks, and then we did that 3 times, and after 2 months, she was healed. And what amazed me was she had no post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation. To be honest, I was stunned by it, and I didn't really know at that time too much about exosomes and pigmentation, although now we have such beautiful data and studies showing efficacy. But it really cemented in my mind how powerful, not only for healing, but for anti-inflammatory, anti-pigmentation, and obviously rejuvenation as well. So that's my case, and
thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So let me ask you something about what you really and deeply believe. I'm not here to make your life easy, right? I have to be critical, so sorry for this, but probably many of you are thinking of the following. Once you have a second-degree burn, like you have with an IPL, you expect the burn to improve by itself, correct? So my question is always, what would have happened if you didn't apply anything? Obviously, it's true that the patient improved without post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation. The treatment was done in the summer. We've seen May, June, July. So in the summer, at least in Canada, right? Because if we're talking South Africa, June, July is the winter. But does it really make a difference using would the same have happened without exosomes? That's my question, because some people some doctors have proposed us cases with scarring that you would not expect to change, right? They have been there for a long time, then you start doing a treatment and that changes. Okay, there's an obvious improvement. But with a fresh lesion, which is not a scar actually, it's a second-degree burn, would you have the same result without, or what moved you to think this was special?
I mean,
difficult question, right?
No, it's a good question, and I've seen these cases before, and they don't heal. They all heal, but never that quick. And I actually had another case, not far from this one, where a woman had, not in my clinic, thankfully, but she had an injury from laser hair removal on her legs. And it was the same scenario where I knew it would be very long to heal, just given the location.
Well, that takes longer, yes.
And it takes much longer. And she also was healed within about 8 weeks. So these darker phototypes, in my experience, they heal and the pigmentation resolves, but you have to use topicals, you have to do other treatments to really get that pigment to diminish. Otherwise, they're left with PIH for 6 to 12 months often.
Or even a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Or more years, right? So thank you very much, Doctor. Thanks for your contribution. So finally, Dr. Wei Chu Huang, right? Welcome to present your case.
Okay. I'm Wei Chao Huang from Taiwan. I'm talking about rescue the skin defect for the vascular occlusion after filler injection. I'm the plastic surgeon. My major focus in the wound care and the scar care. As you know, the vascular occlusion after filler injection is a nightmare. Maybe it pending the tissue loss and the scarring. So how can we rescue? We need to revascularize for wound care and scar care. We can create a good result. For this case, my patient, my friend called me, oh, I have a case, you need to help. And I suddenly see the patient pending necrosis in the tips because he already inject 8 days after injection. So initially, I tell you my story is a very secret. You need to do the nerve block, the first step. The second step, you need to do the puncture breathing for decompression surrounding all of the territory if you're suspicious for those area. Then you do after puncture breathing, you do the exocovial and the massage for the 3 minutes. After that, you using the occlusion dressing, using the aquacell, and the arginate the occlusion and cover with student. So after the 4 weeks later, you can see the result and minimal scarring and the wound complete heal and the depressed scar is very minimal. The second case, I do the same procedure, and so you can see that every inflammation stage, proliferation stage, it will be completely recovery. So you can see that 8 days after the treatment, the same treatment, the patient totally recovery. The last case is the same procedure. I do the nerve block, I puncture bleeding, I using the ExoCobio and the occlusion dressing. So those wounds will be healed after the 4 weeks later. And I use CO2 laser for scar treatment and also combined with ExoCobio. So you can see the scar is almost minimal. So I conclude, I think the ExoCobio is play important role in any wound healing stage, even your inflammatory stage, proliferation stage, and the remodeling stage. So we can create the scarless wound healing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Huang. So again, the same question. How much time was there between the occlusion and the first exosome treatment? Was it months, or was it, as I understand, 2 weeks?
Every patient is different. When the doctor called me for help, I would do it as soon as possible. But those patients, maybe 8 days or maybe 5 days.
The question is, in these patients, how much time?
The case 1, case 2, or case 3 is different, because the first case is 8 days. The second case is 5 days. The last case almost 2 weeks later.
All right. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you very much. A big applause, and let's call the next cases, please. Can I call Dr. Gayan Andronikovna Shakarinac, Dr. Guoda Santos Capiz, Dr. Jenny Trinidad Carvajal, Dr. Karijinia Purnama Dewi, Dr. Ramya Badi, Dr. Tulia Copete Villa, and Dr. Vianney Guadalupe Lopez Rioja. These are long names with long surnames. Welcome to the panel.
Can I start?
Yes, of course, you can start.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anigo. Good evening, dear colleagues. I'm happy to share with you my clinical case. I'm a doctor from Russia. What we can see here, it's a face. Behind each face of our patients. Just a minute. Behind every patient's face lies their own story. The patient's story is like this. This young woman, 32 years old, came to me asking to become like normal people without that stamp on her face. She called her scars stamp. This stamp on her face interfered with her personal and professional life. I didn't promise to her anything because it was an experimental treatment, but I told to her that I would do the best. After just 2 months of treatment with a combined protocol, 1 session of endolift subcision, endolift laser subcision, and 4 sessions of exosomes treatment by dermaroller, with the interval of 2 weeks, we achieved this result. Due to the defibrotic effect of the endolift and the switching the atrophic tissues back to the normal function, pushing the neoangiogenesis process, thanks to exosomes, we see such a good, long-lasting result. A short treatment without rehabilitation with such a good, long-lasting result. What had we seen before? The effect after therapy reduced from day to day from other methods, but here the effect continues to increase. All doctors of all specialties have only one purpose. We are trying to save 1 more day for our patients. We, dermatologists, have 2 purposes: to save 1 more day and to make this day happy for our patients. Look, please, on the eyes of this patient. She became happier. The reflection of the face in the mirror is very important for our patients. The scars is a big social problem, and we can change the life of our patients by using this simple protocol of the treatment. The time is so valuable resource. Save the time, dear colleagues, and make your patients happy by using this modern protocol. Thank you for attention. Just one slide with the 3D live visualization in which we can see the neoangiogenesis process in temporal zone before and after treatment. Before treatment, we can see the atrophic area in this zone, but after treatment, we can see in vessel mode new vessels. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shakandyats. Just one comment. Do you ever use any fillers or any hyaluronic acid or PRP or anything to inject them to lift that? Because I think that the result was remarkable, but it looks as if you have injected some kind of filler. I mean, the result is great.
This result is pure result without other treatment, only exosomes and the lift subcision. But of course, in the other cases, I use the combined protocol with PRP, with Hydro Booster, and so on.
Okay, so on your regular basis, you would do all that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations. So please, Dr. Guada Santos Capiz, where are you from?
I'm from the Philippines, doctor.
Okay, but you sound very Spanish with that surname. Please.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Guada Santos Capiz. It's an honor to be here. I'm part of the Bello Medical Group, and I've been an aesthetic physician for the past 22 years. So today, I'll be presenting a case of KS, a 25-year-old male who, on the 4th day of infection, presented with vesicles and crusting all over the face and torso. I immediately gave oral antivirals and started on my ExoBalm application to be applied 3 times a day. And I asked the patient to come back once the lesions have resolved. The diagnosis after 1 month was post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation, which was severe, and atrophic scarring with active varicella infection. My protocol is that I continued the ExoBalm. I started TCA 20%, 2 sessions, 10 days apart, and I continued on my ExoBalm. So the second picture is after the 2 TCA peel and ExoBalm. After which I continued my treatment. I continued my treatment by doing PicoSure, a 755 alexandrite laser, followed by microneedling of Exosomes SLRV using turtle pin. After 2 sessions, this is the final result. There is 100% resolution of the post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation and the atrophic scarring. The 3 main reasons why I use the exosomes is because of its anti-inflammatory properties, its regenerative property, and its antiviral property. Particularly, it can deliver miRNA and siRNA into the infected cells. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Excellent case. Well, let's move on to Jenny Trinidad Carvajal Pareja.
I'm Jenny Carvajal from Medellin, Colombia.
Medellin.
Yes, I'm plastic surgeon. This is a 75-year-old patient with comorbidities who had a partial degloving injury of the nasal dorsum and tip. The flap was repositioned but developed severe venous congestion, progressing to partial tissue necrosis evident by post-op day 6. The main challenges, our protocol to withdraw exosomes to repair the ischemic nasal flap consisted of 3 1cc topical applications, 1 every 5 days, beginning in the early wound healing phase. Each dose was applied on the wound surface after superficial debridement and then covered with a non-adhering moisture retentive dressing. The main challenges with this patient were the poor neovascularization and ischemia, reperfusion injury as angiogenesis and VGF declines with age and comorbidities. We knew from preclinical evidence that VGF peaks between days 3 and 7 after full thickness wounds. And after full thickness wounds. And Ross extracts increase early VGF expression, accelerating angiogenesis and healing in murine wounds. So our hypothesis was that Ross exosomes could deliver a proangiogenic cargo directly to the ischemic tissue to stimulate angiogenesis at this critical VGF window. Therefore, on day 6, we performed the first application right within that VGF window to stimulate angiogenesis. By day 11, we saw early regeneration of the peripheral skin and deeper soft tissues, so a second dose was applied. On day 16, a third application was performed to support progressive tissue repair. By day 20, just 2 weeks after the first application, revitalization was visible, and by day 30, complete skin regeneration was evident with only a small immature scar where deep necrosis had been. The scar continues improving over time, and by 6 months, the scar was barely noticeable, and the patient expressed high satisfaction with his study results.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I think it's an excellent evolution. I mean, the result at 10 months is amazing. Well, is there any comment by any of you that would like to, any questions? All right, thank you very much, doctor. Muchas gracias. Let's move on to Dr. Kardiana. Kardiana
Yes.
Purnama Dewi from Indonesia.
Yes. Good
Jakarta?
evening. Yes.
Okay, welcome.
Good evening, Dr. Felipe, and also my fellow doctors. It's an honor for me to be here to talk in front of all of you guys. So today I'm going to share a case that highlights how topical exosome therapy can help the tissue remodeling and also hair regrowth. From necrosis to new growth, the exosome-induced regenerations in the chronic post-herpetic scalp ulcer. So this is a patient, a 63-year-old female who got developed herpes zoster on the occipital scalp and then complicated by secondary bacterial infections and delayed wound healing due to prolonged bed rest. So our goal here is to promoting tissue regenerations, preventing recurrent infections, and of course, to reduce scar. So this is the conditions before. As you guys see at presentations, the ulcer is approximately 1.5 times 3 to 0.5 centimeters with dense overlying crust, partial tissue necrosis, and localized erythema. So the challenges are, there are deep necrotic tissue and there are also deep necrotic wound with secondary bacterial infections, prolonged hospitalizations of the patients, so it contributes to delayed healing, and minimal epithelializations and risk of scar, and of course the poor local circulations and hygiene of the patients. So got quite a lot of challenge in this case. And so the thing that I do is that per protocol, we do the topical exosome therapy over 4-week period with a total 8 sessions. It's every 3 days, I put it. So the treatment steps are, first we do the wound cleansing. I was performing with the mild antiseptic under the aseptic conditions, of course. And then I do the mechanical debridement, was conducted to remove all the crust and necrotic debris, ensuring the clean wound bed. So I put the antimicrobial hydrogel dressing. I apply to facilitate autolytic debridement and maintain a moist wound environment. So I change the dressing every 2 to 3 days for 2 weeks. So after achieve a clean and viable wound bed, I started to put the exosome 0.5 ml applied topically. So I put it every 3 days for 4 weeks. So in total, we got 8 sessions. So following each exosome applications, the area was covered by a hydrogel dressing to support the wound healing and protect against contaminations. And after that, the patient's advised to keep the dressing clean and dry, and we was monitored regularly throughout the treatment period. So this is the result. As you guys can see, this is the before therapy. And the hydrogel phase, I have to make sure that the hydrogel, we already remove all the necrotic tissue and also the bacteria. And after we got the clean wound bed, then we do the exosomes. So after that, we see this is because I only can put maximum 5 pictures, or else I can show the results until it perfectly healed. So after 3 months, it's not only the ulcer is healed, but the hair also grow a bit more. The patients realized and they said, even my hair grow even more in that area. So the patients are happy. So that's what I want to present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So do you have, just a question, do you have a picture of the area? Because that area was covered by hairs in the last photograph. But how did it go? Because one would assume that you would see a scar there, scarring alopecia.
There is no scar. I have the picture, but
That's
I have
magic
to just,
then.
Yeah.
Do you use these exosomes for hair growth?
Yeah.
Very often?
For just like, especially for, I like it for alopecia areata. It's even so much faster than...
Much faster than...
Like the triamcinolone and everything else.
Than steroid injection.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's 1 month, like you can see hair growth very extensively.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
So let us have Dr. Rami Abadi from Beirut, Lebanon, correct?
Thank you. So it's a pleasure for me to be here today. I'm going to be sharing my case. So my name is Dr. Rami Abadi. I'm a general cosmetic dermatologist practicing in Lebanon, in the UAE, and in Qatar. So I'm going to take you back to medical dermatology, and we have a case of lichen planopilaris. For those who forgot or don't see many medical cases, we know it's a scarring alopecia. The etiology is unknown. However, we know that there's autoimmune destruction of the hair follicles, and it typically affects women in the ages between 30 and 50 years old. There's a lot of different treatment depending on how rapidly progressive it is. We can give oral steroids. The extent of the disease also matters in treatment. If it's less than 10%, we usually give intralesional steroids with topical therapy. We can also give oral therapy in cases it's more extensive, like doxycycline and hydroxychloroquine. And we can also use immunosuppressants to control the disease. Sometimes it's hard to control it. I'd like to share my case. It's a 35-year-old lady who was severely affected. It had an impact on her self-confidence. She had it for the past 4 years. She tried topical therapy, and she discontinued because she was bothered by the greasiness and oiliness of her hair post-treatment. She was complaining of itching, scaling, and she was really worried about the progression of her disease. So we started with intralesional steroids. We did 3 consecutive treatments, 1 month apart, with 10 milligrams of triamcinolone. However, we didn't see any significant improvement. She did not want to apply topical therapy, and she did not want to take any oral treatment. So that's why we considered exosomes as our option. We did 4 treatments once per month. And for me, the results were shocking after 16 weeks of treatment, whereby we had almost complete resolution of her pruritus, of her scaling, of her redness. And also for me, it was a surprise to see that areas I thought hair wouldn't grow back, it actually grew back. We're able to publish this case report in the Journal of Cosmetic Dermatology a few months ago. So again, we know that lichen planopilaris is devastating, limited treatment. It had profound aesthetic impact on our patients. Conventional treatments can sometimes fail. Exosomes worked in our patient by its anti-inflammatory, immunomodulative, and regenerative properties. It also was the first published case that we know about dramatic improvement, very well tolerated, very safe. And also, after discussing with a lot of our friends, they've been also implementing it. We're getting good results, and we're hoping to bring more cases to publish another case series of more patients. And we can now maybe consider exosomes as one of the therapeutic options in our toolbox of treatments. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rami. This was very interesting. Because as I mentioned before, when you have a wound, you expect it to heal by itself. But when you have a scar, you don't expect new hair to appear. And this is actually what has happened with also cases that I have. And I would love to publish with you a longer series because in some of these patients we are able to recover. So my question to you, do you have a biopsy done?
Yes.
Yeah.
We can go back to the picture of the publication. So the results, it was biopsy proven and it was typical of lichen planopilaris.
Because this is what they will have. Well, congratulations. I think it's excellent. Do you have many more patients of this kind?
Yes.
Good, wonderful. So now we have a series. Dr. Byong should be, he's not here, but he should provide support for this publication. Thank you very much. Excellent, Dr. Rami. So let's move on. Dr. Tulia Capetavilla. Right? Where do you come from?
Colombia.
Oh, Colombia. Where in Colombia? Because it's a huge country.
In the border with Venezuela. Cúcuta is the name.
Okay, perfect. Please.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to share today with you a case that changed my clinical practice with the application of exosomes, all in less than 72 hours.
Excuse me. Is this you in the picture?
Almost.
Oh.
I had tried different exosome brands before, but they didn't work for me, so I really used them in my treatments. But this year, I received one male patient with atrophic acne scars, and since it was a pro bono case, I decided to be more aggressive in order to achieve faster results for him. So I decided to combine two different technologies, Morpheus 8 and photonal laser in the same session. At 24-hour follow-up, everything was well, with just exudate in some areas. But at 48 hours follow-up, an ulcer of 3 millimeters in his left cheek was observed. So I called a colleague, and he suggested treating the area with this protocol. First step, photonal laser with photobiomodulation mode. Second step, apply immediately topically exosomes, but not any kind of exosomes, just ExoCobio exosomes. And third step, at home, the patient had to apply exosomes during day and night for 1 week. And I had to repeat this protocol every week for at least 2 months. I performed this protocol on a weekend, so I couldn't see the patient for the next 2 days. So the patient returned to my office on the third day, and for me it was very surprisingly that after just 3 days, the ulcer was completely disappeared, the skin was fully healed, and no scarring and no changes in pigmentation with this patient.
Sorry, so that's 3 days?
Just 3 days, yes. And this is the first time I used ExoCobio exosomes. So it's so.
And you have used other exosomes before?
Yes. But they didn't work.
I will later ask you which exosomes.
But not here, in front of everybody. Okay,
Private.
so I was very impressed with this patient. So after just 72 hours, the patient has completely solved his complication, and I was prepared for at least 2 months every week to do this procedure. So I know that regarding the literature that are talking about the anti-inflammatory and regenerative properties of exosomes, to witness this kind of accelerated and dramatic response in vivo in just 72 hours was remarkable and impressive for me. And don't forget that our purpose in our job is just our patients. And with ExoCobio exosomes, we can have more reliable, more valuable, and faster results, even with a complication like mine.
Oh, thank you very much. This was great. Yeah, I think that you made, let me just focus out of exosomes, but you made a very interesting and a very important comment. Our patients are our first aim. If we cannot cure them, at least let's listen to them and let's comfort them. And I think that sometimes we forget that. It's very important that we focus on that and not on money. Money is great, but service is better. Thank you very much. So last but not least, Dr. Bilani Guadalupe Lopez Rioja. Where are you from?
Yes, from Mexico City.
Mexico City, perfect. Wow. Okay, please.
Well, hello everyone. I'm from Mexico City. I'm an oculoplastic surgeon. So I'm going to show you this case. It's about a male 48 years old that he came to evaluation after sustaining ocular and eyelid trauma when he was performing his job. The drill bit came loose from the tool and get injured the eye and eyelid. So I performed inferior palpebral reconstruction and remove the content of the eye. So in the follow-up of the wound healing, we can see that we notice elevated edges, redness, and irregular. So I decided to apply 3 doses of steroid along the scar. So I get mild improvement, that's real. But he told me that he had a poor history of healing. He showed me his scars, and a plus was that he lost his job, he decided to isolate of his social life, and he can pay anything. His health insurance doesn't pay any treatment that I can offer him. So my anxiety began to increase, and there's a moment that I think, so Wilson, what can I do? So I go to Odelas to get support in the treatment. They help me, and I apply 3 doses of exosomes monthly. I apply 0.5 milliliter along the scar with microneedling and intradermal injection. So we can see a real improvement after the first session, but here we can see after the 3rd session, the scar almost be imperceptible. And that moment that the patient told me, Biani, I know that trauma is going to be remaining in my memory, but not in my reflection. So I was very happy for him, because this is the photo post-trauma, and I can say in that photo that the action of exosomes is still months after that we apply them. So I learned some lessons here, and one, not be settled. We need to search, what else can I do with this patient? If you have something in front of, and you don't have it, you can get support. So we can be the same or be the difference. Think beyond the physical impact that we can have in the patient. Go about the psychological impact that our interventions can have in the patient's life. So thank you very much, because we know that it's important to treat visible scars, but invisible ones, right, Adrian?
Gracias, Exosomas.
Thank you very much.
Well, solo puedo darte las gracias. I can just thank you for having done that beautiful work on your patient. And the result is absolutely amazing, because you reverted how the scar looked. I think it's an impressive case, and I suppose you didn't charge the patient. It was a present, a gift from Odelia, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so we have to thank for the effort of many people trying to help the lives of others. So thank you very much to all of you. Let me just finish by saying that there are 2 more contendants in the competition, which is Dr. Ali Alami and Dr. Ilaria. They're also participating in the competition. They just presented before, but they will be considered. So we have 15 cases, 15 finalists, of which the award will be given during the main course of the dinner. So thank you very much to all of you. And now let me remind you that the dinner is going to be served immediately now, and at 20:30, at 8:30, 3 buses will leave from the hotel lobby. Then 15 minutes later, we have another 3 buses, and at 9 o'clock, we have the last 3 buses, so that you can't arrive later than 9 o'clock, okay? So enjoy the dinner. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're gonna start with this. Please, a big round of applause for all the speakers we're gonna call. would like to introduce our BNF CEO, Mr. Ethan Min, to the stage. He will be handing the awards to the speakers. A big round of applause, please, to welcome Mr. Ethan Min. Okay, we're going to start calling each of our speakers. First, Professor Jan Latvall from Sweden. A big round of applause for each of our speakers. Congratulations, Dr. Jan Latvall, and thank you very much always for your commitment to our company. And after you get the award, please stay around so we will have a group picture all together. Now, Dr. Justin Harper from the US. Congratulations, Dr. Harper, and thank you. Okay, now we're going to call Dr. Íñigo de Felipe. Thank you, Dr. Íñigo. He's always sharing for us in every event, so thank you very much. Now, Dr. Rajani from the US. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Rajani. Dr. Elena Theodora. A big round of applause always. Thank you very much, Dr. Elena. Now, Dr. Suparu from Thailand. Please, a big round of applause for our speaker and live demo presenter. Now, Dr. Khadija Al-Zahabi. Unfortunately, she had to go first, so the distributor from the UAE is going to receive it for her. Now, Dr. Anna Pare from the US. A big round of applause, please, for Dr. Anna Pare. Now we're gonna call Dr. Omur Tekeli from Turkey. Now, Dr. Patrick Huang unfortunately had to leave for his flight, So Austin, the distributor in Taiwan, is going to receive it for him. Now, Dr. Neela Holmes from the UK. Please, a big round of applause for Dr. Neela. Now, Dr. Daniel Boro from Brazil. Now we're gonna call Dr. Viral Ramesh from India. Thank you very much, Dr. Ramesh. Now, Dr. Jean Paul Chong from Australia. And finally, Dr. Tong Dong-woo from South Korea. A big round of applause for Dr. Jung. Now we're gonna have a group picture for all of them, so please give us a round of applause for all of them. Congratulations, doctors. Thank you to all of you also for staying this time. Here's the glass clapping already. Cheers for our doctors here in the stage. Korean heart. Thank you very much to all of you. Please, a round of applause for all of them. Now we're gonna have the Distributors Awards. So if you're a distributor, please don't leave. Please be ready. So we have 4 different categories for the Distributors Awards. And this time is going to be our ExoGMP CEO handing the awards. So the first category, Rising Star, Benef Shenzhen Medical Technology from China. Congratulations, this is the Rising Star from our distributors. Congratulations. Thank you for your job. Now we're gonna call Biotech Co from Iraq. Unfortunately, they had a flight tonight, so JB, our friend and dear colleague, is going to get it for them. Congratulations to the Iraq company. And now we're going to have the Innovation Partnership. Aesthetic Middle East from the UAE. Congratulations, Hamza and Saif. Very nice job, Hamza. Thank you very much. Now Inmedis from Poland. Congratulations to Pietro and his team. Always full of energy. Always trying to do something new. Congratulations. Ilmode Australia. Congratulations, this is a new partnership, very special partnership in Australia. We have now the third category, brand ambassador. We're gonna have the picture first. Congratulations again. Thank you to all of you, our innovation partnerships. And now we're gonna do the brand ambassador. We have two companies, Grand Medical from Taiwan. Very nice, congratulations to Grand Medical. Maruga from Russia. Congratulations to the team from Russia. Now we're gonna go to the last category. We're gonna have the picture first, sorry. Thank you very much to our distributors. And now the last category for our distributors, the Global Excellence. Saisi Aesthetics Group from Vietnam. A big round of applause, please, for Vietnam. And now our last one, Global Excellence, Ven Intelligent Aesthetics from the Philippines. Please, a big round of applause for them. Both in Vietnam and the Philippines, always doing a great job. Congratulations. Thank you very much to all of our distributors who are here. Also, even if you didn't get an award, we're very always thankful. So now we're gonna go with the masters. This is in recognition to the most heavy users. These doctors use thousands of vials a year. They have amazing cases, but they use it in many patients. The first one for SRLB, our skin product, Dr. Ali Alambri from Saudi Arabia. Please, a big round of applause for Dr. Ali. Congratulations, Dr. Ali, and thank you for your great job. Congratulations, please stay for the picture. And now we're gonna call for HRLB, our hair product, Dr. Mehmet Shimen from Turkey. Congratulations. Congratulations, Dr. Shimin. And now, for IRLB, our intimate care product, Dr. Grace Shen from Taiwan. So these are the three masters from our ASC products. Heavy users, very heavy users. Please, another big round of applause for them, our 3 Masters 2025. Thank you very much. And now is the most exciting part because this is the ceremony for the BNA cases. We saw many great cases tonight, so we're gonna recognize to those doctors who did a great work for the last year. We're gonna start with the third place. Dr. Sumon Palay from Myanmar. Please, a round of applause. Thank you very much and congratulations, Dr. Su. We didn't have a chance to have many questions during these presentations, but in the party later you can ask them. If you have any questions, you want to approach the doctors, that'll be a good time. Dr. Benazir from Kazakhstan. Congratulations, doctor. Please, a big round of applause for Dr. Benazir. Now I'd like to call Dr. Bruna Fontes Pasalini from Brazil. Congratulations, Dr. Pasalini. The third winners, they get a cash award for $2,000. So congratulations for that, please. Now Dr. Wei Xiao Huang from Taiwan. Congratulations, please. A big round of applause for Dr. Huang, great plastic surgeon in Taiwan. Now Dr. Ronnie Monk from Canada. Congratulations to Dr. Ronnie Monk. And then now we're going to call Dr. Ami Pragnesh from India. Congratulations. Now, Dr. Guara Santos Capiz from the Philippines. That was an amazing case, really, Dr. Guara. This year we had more than 200 cases submitted from all around the world. More than 30 countries now being represented today. Now Dr. Kardiana Purnama Dewi from Indonesia. Congratulations, Dr. Kardiana. Now, Dr. Kayan Andronikovna Shakaryans from Russia. As I was saying, we had more than 200 cases submitted, 30 countries represented. This is a lot of diversity, and we're proud of having so many doctors from so many countries around the world using our products. Now, Dr. Tulia Copete Villa from Colombia. Felicitaciones, doctora Tulia, en español. Congratulations. Dr. Tulia's case was a pro bono case. She did it for those who need it, so this is really also inspiring for us. And then the last third place of the night, Dr. Vianney Guadalupe Lopez Rioja from Mexico. Congratulations, felicitaciones. $2,000 cash for these doctors in the third place. Now we're gonna have a picture all together, and I wanna ask all the audience to please give us a big round of applause for all of them. Congratulations to all of our speakers tonight. Smile. Big smile, proud smile. Yes, please. Thank you very much to all of you. Now, second place. Now it's only going to be 3 doctors in the second place. We're gonna have Dr. Ilaria Proetti from Italy. Congratulations to Dr. Ilaria, second place tonight. Dr. Ilaria will get $5,000 cash for this award. Congratulations, Dr. Ilaria. Now, second place, Dr. Rami Abari from Lebanon. Congratulations to Dr. Rami Abara. Great case, great doctor, great person. It's really a well-deserved award for you. Now, Dr. Jenny Trinidad Carvajal Pareja from Colombia. Felicitaciones, doctora. Muchas gracias en español. Felicitaciones. Congratulations. $5,000 cash for the doctor. Look at the camera for the picture, please. Una sonrisa para la cámara, por favor. Con mucho orgullo. Great, thank you, Vanessa. Now we're going to have a picture all together. Una foto todos juntos en el escenario. Una foto de los tres ganadores del segundo puesto. This is a picture all together. The three winners of the second place. Wow, this is amazing. Nice. A little bit. Smile for the camera. Congratulations to all three doctors. But please don't go away because they will have a picture all together, so don't go away. And finally, the winner tonight, the winner. Please, some excitement. Dr. Ali Al-Wahbi from Saudi Arabia. Dr. Ali is one of the heaviest users around the world. So he has many amazing cases. Congratulations, Dr. Al-Wahbi. Amazing, congratulations, doctor. Now we're gonna have a picture all together. We're gonna have a picture all of the awards winners together, please. If you can come to the stage. Okay, now we're gonna have a picture all together. And when I mean all together, I mean 300 people together. If you can stand up, approach the stage. We wanna show our big family. So please stand up from your tables. Please, come on. I know you're having dinner, but everyone is invited to the table, to the stage, please. Please, everyone stand up, join the picture. These are the pictures that are easy to take. So you definitely gotta have a picture in the stage today. El equipo de Colombia, el equipo de México, team from Brazil, please come to the stage. And please bring the flags. I don't know how we will do this, but we will fit somehow. And then, okay, short people in the front, and if you can squeeze yourself there, taller people in the backside, like a football team. Let's try to approach the stage and Ethan, okay, give us some energy, please. ExoGMP and Benev. Great energy. Thank you very much to all of you. I know you're hungry. I know it's been a long day, but thank you for staying this late. We're gonna finish dinner and go to the buses and party. Now we're gonna have one more picture. So squeeze with the people in the stage. Please look at the camera, look at the main camera. Look at the main camera. Woo! Some energy, please. A video to the main camera, to the guy in the middle. ExoGMP and Benev, please! Louder! Everyone is tired now. They don't want pictures.